Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Season 2 of Witcher Roads Home. Oh, look. We are just in time. We're going to have some perfect timing, Simon, as always, just as we go live. Wait. Billy. Oh, you changed all your names. That's what happened. There we go. There's a Lynn in chat. Hello, Lynn. Welcome back again, all, to Season 2 of Witcher Roads Home. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax, your GM for the evening. Time for some Witcher Golden Age drama, fun, and feels, perhaps. With this crew, it could be anything. But I'm going to let them all go around and introduce each other themselves. You know who they are, and they can kind of say how they're feeling about the start of Season 2. So why don't we start with my left on the overlay. Hi, Trooper. How you doing? How you feeling? Wait. Hold on. They can't hear you guys because messing everything up. So, yeah, Streamlabs decided to disconnect my sound. It's been a day, y'all. Welcome to Wednesday. But we're still here. Now, Trooper. Hi.
Can you hear me?
They should be able to hear you now.
Okay. I'm Trooper SJP, and I'm happy to be here for Season 2 of Witcher Roads Home, where it will all be joy and awesomeness and happiness. And I'm playing Ianto, who is the brother to Brenna, the Lady Witcher extraordinaire, and who is oh gosh, well, what he does for a living depends on who you are and what lie he feels like telling you at any given moment. Generally speaking, let's just call him he's a businessman. Yeah, let's call him a businessman today. No, I'm sorry. Right now, he's pretending to be the Baronet Lord Bytonus Pard, who is a petty noble up from Rivia, and Lyria, and he's a noble who's been invited who does not know any of the rest of the party, who just happens to be here for a wedding, and is on his way back with his fiance for once it's time to leave. Yes, that's who he is. Right now, he is a fake noble. I mean, a totally real noble. That's
Hashtag totally real.
totally real noble.
Then directly underneath Trooper, we have the wonderful, the fabulous Bill. Wait, I realized I forgot to change your handle on the overlay. Let me fix that
good.
because
I appreciate you making the effort, but I'm fairly certain it's inconsequential.
I think it's important.
And that's why I like you. Among several other reasons, that one is certainly on the list. I changed my name. Formerly, I'm Strength Save. Formerly, Bill of the Forest. And then in a couple of years, my screen name is just gonna be a symbol. And that's because that's just the progression.
Will it be pronounceable by human vocal cords?
No, but it will be pronounceable by bison vocal cords. So, we could train our ears. We're gonna have a couple of years before I come up with the whole thing. So we'll got some time, and then hopefully new research will come out and give us the means to communicate with large woodland beasts. Oh yeah, it has been some time since the last season. So Ardzo has been merrily gallivanting post wedding in this lovely estate, and has someone to share his love of cooking with. So that's been real fun for him, especially because no other player or character is jealous. Zero. It's just a perfectly good, ideal situation for Ardzo, with no other possible conflicting things at all. And it's really nice when you can just meet somebody and then they're honest with you about their passions, and then you share the same passions as that individual, and you get to just just cook for each other. And it's like, all right, so I've been alive for about 70 years at this point, and living in the woods. I've got a lot of cooking things that maybe I could provide to you in your craft, and you have a human equivalent amount of years in your fine dining experience that you could share with Ardzo, and he'll be really appreciative of that. He's also a healer, but I feel like that's not the emphasis here.
Has it occurred to you that as a human, she's probably going to die real soon?
Wow.
I'm just saying, lifespans are very different.
I feel
I wasn't
like,
threatening her.
Does anyone else feel like that might have been a threat on her life?
No.
Maybe we should be looking into Ianto for serial murder of his lover's ex-girlfriends. I mean, is that a thing that Ianto's into?
Do we also have to look into serial murder of his lover's ex-boyfriends too?
You're still alive for now. I mean, I wouldn't be so worried about it. But
Brenna wouldn't judge you.
Oh, thanks. That's why we're siblings. Best sibling.
Not because she stabbed her husband's previous wife a bunch of times or anything.
Yeah.
Once or twice.
Yeah. And on that wonderful note.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hey, Simon.
Please move on.
Okay, look, I didn't know you weren't on my visual screen at that moment. It was the transition. You were next.
I think this would be a great opportunity to talk about how good Simon looks, though.
Oh, yeah.
Hi.
Look.
Speaking of jealousy, go on.
Well, hello everyone. It is me, Teenage Heartthrob Simon, at Wandering DM, playing the equally sexy and glamorous Cadeyrn of Cadeyrn. I am, by the way, currently in cosplay. The wedding being over, Cadeyrn decided to dress up in his vacation attire. And otherwise, I mean, I crashed a wedding under a fake identity. I have caused a lot of stress on Ianto's part, and I don't know. I feel like things will resolve peacefully. I am also a Cadeyrn doesn't consider himself that, but I am also a failed blacksmith who isn't able to smith a single dagger. But one day I will.
But apparently you're really, really good with clothing.
I am awesome at making clothing, though. This is me.
Is you. And, occasionally Cadeyrn might blow things up on fire with a slightly magical touch.
Yes, I am also magical, just like my character.
And then last but never least, hi Lindy, how are you?
Hi, that's me. I got a I got a cat here who wants to eat my corn and get pets at the same time because she loves attention. But yeah, I'm Lindy. I'm doing all right, and I'm excited to play Brenna. Now, Countess Brenna von Vedler, because she got married. That's exciting. I'm sure nothing bad will come from that at all whatsoever, ever. Just great. She had a really cathartic finale last season, and she's hoping that maybe this season will be less stressful for her. I don't know. We'll see. Go either way, really.
It just occurred to me that my character doesn't like your husband. Actually, each one of you has somebody that my character doesn't like in a kind of a vaguely jealousy way. It's cool. It's cool. The thing that might say something about your
that
people.
sounds real weird.
Don't
when you get to Brenna.
don't be jealous
No.
about my yeah. I was like, don't be jealous.
Not
of
in
my
a
husband.
romantic
That's
way,
weird.
but he just doesn't like people all in his friends' spaces. I feel like this is
He's
not a him
all up
problem
in
though.
Brenna's space. Has been for 30 years. All up in there.
That's one way to phrase it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
He
definitely.
just put a ring on it this time. So
He did put a ring on it this time. And I think that's where we should pick up today. I feel like that's a brilliant place for us to come back to.
welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate your helping me facilitate great transitions, Lindy. It's a skill that you possess, and it's a great one. It has been 2 weeks since the wedding that wasn't. Well, 2 weeks since the death of Filiberta, the former Countess von Velder. 7 days since the wedding of Brenna, Witcher of the Cat School, and Count von Welder, his third marriage, her first. No, his fourth marriage, her first. There have been some interesting developments in your, shall we say, time spent since the wedding. As of course, the wedding of a count is a much more formal occasion, even if it is only his fourth, than his second son. There have been a large number of guests that had to attend that weren't necessarily on their way before. Most of them made it in time. Actually, all of them made it in time. Just, the question of how much time they needed. Then, of course, there was some interesting conversations that were had and developments that were made. One of the most interesting development was the discovery of, well, I believe, Brenna, you made some decisions concerning the decorations of the house.
Yeah. Anything Filiberta left is gone. She's not petty or catty. Okay, maybe she is. And we had to get all new candles.
She's not catty. She's a cat witcher, right? That's
Yeah.
different.
Yeah. That's it. That's
Yeah,
it. That's
yeah.
what it is.
That's
yeah.
very different.
Yeah, that's definitely just all of what it is. Yeah.
But there have also been some how to phrase this? Well, certain individuals needed certain medical attention after the confrontation with Filiberta. Is that how we're going to phrase it?
Yeah. We'll say like confrontation. She attacked us, so we just had to self-defend ourselves. Yep.
Did she run into your knife?
A lot of times. And my knife was a sword.
How many times, to be precise?
Well, let's just roll like 40-10, and then that'll be a
40 D10.
4
Four-
D10.
Yes.
4 D10.
yeah. Maybe,
Did you puree that poor woman?
maybe a little bit.
But neither Ardzo or I were there to see it, so we don't know that she went all in the zone.
Stabby McStabbington.
A spell
For a
backfired.
minute
I
there.
promise.
It was just.
Look,
It was a
also-
blender spell. We just, yeah.
There was also an exploding mirror, and there were things that happened.
Yeah, there
but-
was
But
things.
But it's been 2 weeks. Cadeyrn, you are definitely been treated and recovered. To an extent, but a few broken ribs it's nothing to laugh at.
I didn't laugh at it either.
No.
I feel like that'd be painful
It was,
with broken ribs.
but
But you
I
have a
think
very good
fortunately, yeah.
you have a very good doctor in Ardzo. Where do we find Cadeyrn this morning?
Is it pre or post op? I mean,
Oh,
for the surgery,
Definitely
the
post
broken
off.
rib.
Definitely post at this point. I
Have
mean,
I recovered?
You have recovered. All of you
Okay.
have recovered.
So
I love
it's
you
just
all. I'm not going to be Greg and make you spend an entire season. I love you, Greg.
no.
When you watch this, just know that's from a place of love. It's all love.
No, what I mean is, because it would, determine if I wake up expecting Ardzo to come check up on me or not. If I am left to my own devices, my second question will be, is it before or after I met you-know-who?
Everything that we've already discussed has already happened. So this is
Okay, then I am in my quarters, or should I say in Chavik's quarters? If he's still staying at the keep, that is.
He's
And
currently he's currently staying at the keep. I mean, hashtag there's teleport for that.
yeah. Then I think what I'm going to do is, as I wake up in the morning, just lazily dress up, breeches and a tunic, nothing more. Well, like my boots. Take up one of the books I got from Iskander, and probably go take a walk in the courtyard, find a place to sit, and just read. I mean, we're not in any hurry. The wedding's done, danger's past. And I feel like I need to prep for the eventuality of meeting with Alzer, and encountering another dangerous magical foe.
I mean, Alzer's been rumored to be dead for like 20 years.
Yeah, but I saw
So
him.
have a lot of people. A lot of people have been rumored to be dead, so that's interesting. Simon,
Mhm.
would you roll seduction for me? I just want to know how sexily Cadeyrn is reading that book in the
Oh.
courtyard in front of everybody.
Oh yeah, you have to think. So he's sitting down under the shade of a tree, back leaning against the tree, probably with a blade of like grass.
Oh, under the tree or one of the 4 benches in the reading area that was.
No. I'm doing it
course.
old school. Under a tree with his left leg bent,
Yeah.
like 45 degrees, right leg just straight. And he's got the book in like one hand resting against his stomach. Tunic is like unbuttoned. And there's probably like, you know, those medieval pants with the 6 button, well, they're not medieval, but like there's 6 buttons on each side, like Nilfgaardian haute couture. He's got like 1 undone.
Too scandalous.
And I'm gonna roll seduction.
Yeah, we have
For
to roll
you.
we'll have to roll
Yeah.
manually, guys. Roll 20 and the Witcher sheets are messing up, so we're gonna roll manually. Announce every roll that you make.
Ardzo, are you human or were you an elf?
Dwarf.
Ianto, Jesus, wrong name.
I'm an elf.
You're an elf. Okay, so I don't get that +1. All right.
No.
So I rolled a 2. So that's +8 for my seduction. That's 10 plus empathy +9. So that's a 19.
You're just too sexy. You're too sexy for that shirt. It's so inappropriate.
I'm not even trying. Like, he literally wasn't trying this morning. I didn't even put my glamour up. I've got like natural bed hair. It's just... Oh, and I didn't shave since the wedding. So he's got like this little bit of stubble that started to grow out on his cheeks. Like around his goatee. Yeah.
So inappropriate.
That's me. And I think as you see him, it's that one moment where he licks the tip of his finger and just like turns a page.
In slow-mo.
In
Just a little
slow-
slow motion. Yeah, yeah.
So this then leads to this is where our Cadeyrn is. Ardzo, what are you doing this morning?
Yeah, I'd love to, beat around the bush and lay down a trap, but no, he's probably still sleeping in Elsa's bed. It's like sleeping in, like the sun's peeking through the windows, and he's just in like a sleepy dreamland reverie.
You are in a sleepy dreamland reverie as you slowly awaken, Ardzo, but Elsa is not with you, although she did leave a nice small plate of like breakfast baked goods by the sideboard.
What is it?
Ooh. You know what? Based on where we are in this section of Matina near the mountains and that pass that leads into Toussaint, I'm gonna go. It's a lemon blueberry muffin.
Any
with crystallized
pizzelles?
sugar on top, huh?
Any pizzelles? That's
Pizza?
yeah.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you all the way. I don't know. There are definitely pizzelles.
Yep. Oh God, I'm marrying this woman. Okay.
I mean, she is the head cook for a castle, darling. She doesn't get to sleep in, as much as she would love to. But breakfast must come first.
Wow. This has been a great experience. He's going to chow down and savor every single bite. So what's something that would normally take like 5 minutes is like a 45-minute process.
It's
'Cause
also not like a
he's-
small muffin. It's probably about, like a softball size muffin.
Every crumb gets its moment in my mouth. Oh, you're gonna do a thing. Okay. Okay. And then after that, put some clothes on and wander down to where I think Elsa might be, towards the kitchen. The grand castle kitchen.
Yes, it's... I mean, Elsa does have very large quarters for servant quarters. I mean, they're relatively large, but they're still servants' quarters, although a lot nicer than, like, the dorm-style stuff for a lot of the serving other servants, the footmen, the maids. She has her own, mini suite. Not quite as nice as the guest rooms, but still
Solid. Yeah.
solid. Maybe just about the size of your cabin in the woods, all told.
Yeah.
Well, the first floor of your cabin in the woods.
Mhm.
But it is a little bit of a ways from the kitchen to the servants' quarters, just based on the way the layout of this triangular fortress is into the mountain. So you will have to... Well, you, as a guest, haven't been taught all of the servants' passages through the castle, so you will have to go through the main courtyard to get to where you know the kitchen entrance is.
Okay. So, but he has his clothes. He put his clothes on.
I think that's an
So-
important thing to make sure we know.
It shouldn't be an issue. But yeah, he'll go through the courtyard in that direction.
You will see one of your most recent patients lounging in the dappled sunlight under this large, let's go with truly old school, large oak tree that's just starting to, sprout leaves because it is early spring. It's a little cool in the morning still.
What's the date?
The date for those playing at home is the first Io of Blythe. It's 4 days before Beltane, which means it's 4 days before the new moon of Beltane.
Cool. So he's if anyone, he would be aware of the situation. And he's, dressed for the weather.
Your patient is not.
What?
Oh, Cadeyrn is definitely not dressed for the weather,
Oh,
as you see him.
Yeah.
I-
So one thing that you need to know is that I can always make the air around me just correct.
But I don't think that Ardzo knows that yet.
No.
Can you also have like a little like soft breeze that just blows your hair the perfect way?
I
Probably.
Part of perfect weather, I would say
Yeah.
why not.
No, Urian's shelter doesn't create that. I can create a barrier of wind around me, but it's gonna look like a small hurricane. I don't think that's gonna work.
You just want like Rockstar fan on you. That's all.
I mean, we can just have that great moment of that just wafting air just kind of come through and move
Next time-
Cadeyrn's hair just as Ardzo looks up and realizes his patient is half dressed outside in the cold.
I mean, whenever next time I come out of a portal.
Mm-hmm.
He'll look at Cadeyrn. Oh, so we are making choices today, are we?
I'm gonna look up from my book. What choices? Have I missed?
What don't you look like much more leisurely. That is a choice when you are a guest in someone's home.
Oh. I'm not going to wear the same clothes I wore at the wedding. That'd be ridiculous. And I didn't really bring any change of clothes either. I thought I'd be staying for a day, not a week. I mean, I guess I could go home and get changed, but
Yeah, but don't, because you are recovering.
I am. Thank you, by the way, for that.
It is what I do. It is my profession, although I am considering giving it up for cooking.
I mean, cooking, medicine, aren't they both the same in some aspect?
Suppose that you will not be wrong there. It is long. The argument we would have to determine if that were the case, but I'm not opposed to that idea.
What is applying unguent on someone if not basting a body?
I am both intrigued and disgusted now.
I mean, I don't really know much about cooking. I know a lot about eating, just not cooking.
Well, I know we have not had this conversation before. What is it that you'd like to eat? I'm sure what is your favorite food? Because favorite foods brighten spirits heal wounds.
You know, back when I was in Skellige, there was this lamb and potato, not quite a pottage, but a like a porridge almost. I don't recall what they called it, and I think it was meant to be as an insult, but it was delicious.
Was it savory? Were there elements of sweet in it? Tell me about it.
It tasted like salted lamb and potatoes, and I think there was cream in it, or some sort of dairy.
I can see adding cream to that. So you could not see through the broth.
Not really. It was thick.
Were there any
like,
large onions? Any leeks, as they call them?
No, but now that you mention it, it would have made it 1,000 times better.
Okay.
You are gifted, sir.
But it is a passion. Would you call your gift for leisure wear a passion as well?
Oh, God, no. Leisure wear? I just figured I wouldn't get dressed today.
I mean, that is fair. I admire the free person, and I'm happy you made that choice. You look good.
Thank you. I will strive not to get dressed in the morning more often.
It is bold. I like bold things, like putting leeks in potato and lamb soup.
I like bold. I think I might change my name. Cadeyrn the Bold.
Oh, I thought you were going to do like Bold of Cadeyrn, like a whole name change.
Oh, why would I call myself bold? It's just, inviting insults. It's just basically opening the door wide to people calling me bald. God, do you like in 100 years when my hairline begins to recede, like they're just gonna call me bald of Cadeyrn. I'll be the butt of every joke at Banard. Nah, I'm not gonna give these assholes the satisfaction of insulting me. They've done it enough while I was learning there.
They used to smart thinking, but
yeah.
A name like Cadeyrn the Bold would have to, precede a deed of some sort, would it not? Like, saving someone from something, or instilling the long lost king of somewhere to the king's original seat. I don't know. I'm bad at stories.
I mean, there's only one feat that I've accomplished so far. There's a trophy with my name on it in the halls of Banard, because of it, but I don't think it was bold. It was more like a feat of stamina, really.
That can be bold. Yes,
Yeah,
what about this feat of stamina? I mean, it certainly cannot be equated to cowardice.
Oh, God, no. I hope not.
So
No,
then
you
if
had
it-
you had to have a certain amount of courage to do it.
Right, that is bold right there. What was the deed of stamina?
I was the and don't laugh, please. I was the winner of the 100 people orgy.
You told me not to laugh, so I do not know how to react now.
It's how I earned my nickname in Banard the following week. Something happened. I think it was a hex placed upon me by one of the many losers. But I almost lost my voice.
Were there judges? Like a referee per se that was watching this and is like, you are the winner.
No, I think it was more of a crowd favorite type of thing. You see, I have a...
Was there an audience?
Oh, sort of. And I'll wave my hand and cast illusion to, like, sort of conjure the image of, like, the people that were there. Imagine it's kind of that scene with Yennefer in the series where there's like this crowd of Illujuri people just applauding her for having sex. That's kind of like that.
Okay. Now follow me here. I see this. I get a good picture of it now. Thank you. Perchance, was it just this? Did you just make an illusion of your people clapping for you after you had sex once?
No. I mean, there was... So right now, these are illusions. And shut up, go away, and I'll dispel it. No, there were real people. It was the sort of like they have that in academies in Nilfgaard. They call it the like parent-teacher conference.
Wait, and they have orgies there?
Well, no, it's just one thing led to another.
And 100 people happen to be involved. And then you mentioned the trophy. There's a lot of loose ends here for me in my brain.
It wasn't really 100. There were 36 people.
That is more people than I have probably met in my lifetime.
I have forgotten all about them, except Javik.
Oh, I know Javik.
Yeah.
So he was. So did I suppose maybe talk to someone who was there and then maybe bounce some ideas off for a nickname, because bold. It can be bold, I guess, if you're winning a 36-person orgy, but maybe like beating a dragon in arm wrestling is a little more palpable. You could be perhaps Cadeyrn the Penetrating. That is a little fitting in more ways than one. 36 ways, I guess.
Well, I wasn't always the penetrator.
Okay. But you have to weave your tail, do you not?
I did wave a tail. Look, I'll think about it. But
Mhm.
I like the sound of bold, but now that you're making me actively remember my years at Banard, I feel dirty, and I'll close my book and get up and say, I will go take a bath.
You don't. I mean, let me check up on your wounds first. That's why I came out.
Oh,
well,
sure.
not why I came. Now that I see you here, I want to get a good idea of how it is going.
Takes his shirt off.
Oh, okay. I mean, technically there are walls around, but also sky right there. So, I suppose we are inside. It is good enough. Let me do a quick look and see, and I'll like prod around with my thumbs around his rib cage. I'm just checking. You know, there's
I know it's.
you can't do that much for ribs. You just have to see how they are going.
Well, apparently you can roast them over a fire for about 5 hours, right? No?
I mean,
How?
or a day. It depends if you encase it and let the smoke. There's a lot more smoky flavor if you encase it and cook it with the heat and the smoke slowly over time, and then the juices stay in. It is you should try it sometime.
You know what? I'll take you up on that offer. If you ever smoke ribs in the future, just think of me. I'll come running.
You will smell it. I promise you. How is his torso looking? How is physically?
Would you like to roll those healing hands?
I sure would, manually with
Yep,
my
a D-
10-sided dice.
Yep, that D10.
I rolled a 9, so it's got to be
Oh,
pretty good.
Yeah. You are a fabulous healer. You actually managed to set the ribs perfectly. And, you know, Cadeyrn has basically been resting, hasn't had a lot of extraneous activity. You know, not doing anything really arduous. So when you set them and bound them, they actually are the fractures healed straight. There's nothing out of alignment. Nothing is any. There's still a little bit of tenderness right now, but that's mostly the muscle actually under the rib trying to slowly heal around. As anyone will tell you, after you broke a rib, the worst thing that will ever, attempting to lift your arm because of all of the muscles along the underside of your torso just hurt for like months afterwards. He's in the darkening yellow stages of bruising. Definitely healing, definitely doing well. Cadeyrn, if you had any penalties left, they're all gone.
Yeah, well, we took them out during session 0, but yeah.
Okay, well, hey, this is looking really good. Let me. Yeah, you are free to go. It will be uncomfortable for a bit, but there shouldn't be anything to make it any worse. So feel free to, be bold, I suppose, if you have the inclination.
Oh, I do. You're a certified doctor, are you not?
What do you mean by certified?
Your word has a certain weight, has it not?
To people that care about their life and want to get better, I suppose. But maybe if you were to take me to a renowned doctor in Toussaint, that they would not, give a donkey poop about my opinion.
Yeah, but that's only because they're racist pricks. Could you write me a note saying that I really need a massage of my chest? There's this maid that I saw during the wedding.
Okay.
I mean,
but
you asked me to be bold.
I didn't. I said you were okay to be bold. You were cleared to be bold, right? So what you don't need is a massage of your ribs because it will just be painful, or any other part really. That's not what you need. Do you want me to write one for you as a how you say an in with this mate?
I would have, but now that you mentioned can't be touched or anything, this is.
I didn't say you can't be touched. It's just not going to be pleasant.
What? The whole
If
point
you're
is
into that sort of thing.
I don't want to break it again.
Oh no, you can't break it again. It'll just hurt. Things are still healing, but you can't make it any worse. It's just going to be uncomfortable for a bit.
I can do uncomfortable.
Okay. Well, I don't have any paper, quill on me.
Just follow me. I think I know where she works.
Okay. Okay.
And we're gonna pull the camera back as the two.
Jesus Christ.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. I just pulled that orgy out of my ass.
Which is often, you know what? I'm not sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say some things, and then I was like, well, shut up.
Nope, not gonna say it. Just gonna let you think it. Just that's it.
I'm gonna spam my loot emote a whole lot.
Look, we're gonna pull the camera back as the two of you proceed, both of you towards the servants' quarters, and we're gonna move the camera further up to the
That's my bad.
sorry. I have this moment of
Okay, cool.
just make things easier. We pull the camera back up and around to the guest quarters. Where do we find Ianto this morning?
Well, Ianto would be up already, doing a promenade with his fiancée, the lady Viviana Rule, probably with the Mistress Louise, the chaperone, somewhere in the background, just lurking as chaperones are wont to do.
Please, roll me awareness.
Hello, D10.
It is a very large courtyard, but if you're promenading with your fiance and her chaperone, the most obvious place to promenade would be around the courtyard in the most publicly viewable location.
Of course. So let's see. Awareness, you said? That would be a 15.
I mean, you will just catch the tail end of like Cadeyrn putting his shirt back on as he and Ardzo walk back into you're on the one end coming in and they're going the other way coming out, and he's putting his shirt on as they walk down into the building.
Interesting. Imagine there's sun glinting off of abs and whatnot. That's how.
Well, no, because he's walking away from you. It's like the sun just hits his hair perfectly, so it's just golden, and he's just putting his shirt on.
Back muscles,
all that back muscles just shrug.
And Ianto, in the guise of the Baronet Bitonus Pard, of course, has downplayed his looks because you don't want to be too striking. So he's just a little average at the moment. He's just a little average as he is promenading with his fiance and stopping to chat with various nobles along the way. Like he's basically doing his work, right? He's at work, right? So he's making sure that his sister is well thought of. He's making sure that nobody's too distressed by the murder that happened. Just trying to find out about the Descholons. Just trying to get the intel to make sure that his sister's reign as a countess will be successful. As also just trying to figure out what was up with that. Like, that woman who's now murdered had allies, and he's just trying to gather some info to help
Can
his
you
sister.
roll me charisma, please?
Of course, I would love to do so. Let's see, that's a 3 plus 9 is a 12 plus 10 is a 22, and if I'm dealing with, I think that's it, right? That's yes, that's it. 22.
Because this is just a general kind of
Yeah.
how you're doing vibe check
Yes.
kind of thing.
Yes.
Well, first thing you will notice, as you're making your rounds and doing all of these things, is number one, all of the local nobles are really, really happy that Filiberta's gone, and you begin to hear rumors, like, in the last couple days, you've begun to hear, like, the just subtlest of rumors that, oh, Filiberta was a witch, and she ensorcelled Gavril, and that's why he didn't marry Brenna when his second wife died. His third wife. No, his second wife. Sorry.
Yep.
Look, the man's been married a few times. I gotta keep him straight.
Any words on the Deschanel, that like all of those allies of hers, because she had some allies, so that's a little.
Well, everyone said, well, everyone goes, well, of course she was no good. She was foreign, and remembering, of course, that Matina and Toussaint are separated by a mountain range and an ideology. Toussaint is picture
more fun.
French Riviera, and Matina is German Swiss Alps.
Yep.
There's an ideology and a culture shift, separating those two groups of people along the mountain range and a couple bodies of water. And the Deschanel, are from Toussaint. It's like nobody is really upset that they're no longer here. It was very much, well, this was Filiberta's idea, so most of the local nobles who are here are kind of the opinion is like, oh, she was trying to bring in more
foreigners.
outsiders to further her own position.
And he's Gavril's a very big and important count, but he's sort of like a border count. He's like he's in the marches, right? He defends the borders. He's not like a big. He's not like a fancy town noble. He's like a small town noble in a dangerous place.
No, he's not a small town noble. That's the distinction. He is the warden of this territory. He's like
right, but the town is small, right? He's got the castle.
The castle town is small.
The castle town is small.
There is another like couple. There are more towns that are further down the mountain that are into the low-lying areas, but like his territory is much larger. He is like, there's the king, and then there are like the 4 wardens for each of the border areas.
But they feel a little provincial. They feel like they don't like outsiders so much.
I mean, I wouldn't call them provincial. I would call them. I would say, well, definitely with Gavril and his close circle, think of Cleaver, what's his name, Oswing, Cleaver, and the Cleavers, and who's like a confidant and vassal knight. But picture like, picture if this was, to use a comparison to another major property IP, if Matina was the North, right, in Song of Ice and Fire, these would, you know, Gavril would be the Karstarks, right? They're a major family,
Yeah.
major landowners,
Yeah.
but they also provide a major security defense against a border. So they're not provincial. He is not low level in any way, shape, or form, politically connected or whatever, but he is an active, you know, it's like if the Duke of Northumberland decided to show up for, you know, invite you to...
Yeah.
I guess Northumberland is provincial if you're from London.
Yes, and like if you're from Toussaint, you'd probably think that that they're somewhat provincial. Doesn't mean that, you know, because the cultural differences between them.
Well, there's also that. It's like if the Duke of Northumberland was suddenly marrying, well, we know what this was. This was going to be the Eleanor of Aquitaine marrying Henry, and we know how that went.
Super well, not well. And
spoiler alert: if you want to know how that went, there's a really, really great movie called The Lion in Winter. Go watch it.
So good. And you know, he's also just trying to make sure, you know, he just like smoothing the way for his sister, making, you know, just getting a sense of which of the help were loyal to Filiberta.
Ooh,
you know,
that's a separate role.
You know, like just, you know, just randomly, like, you know, like was you know, who in the guard was loyal to her, like was the cook loyal to her, just, you know, just checking, you know.
So this is, I'm going to use this as a human perception rather than just straight charisma, because now that was about your ability to gain information and kind of manipulate the nobles. This is about you trying to find out information.
Yeah. So I rolled a 6 and I've got a 16, so that's 22. Same roll.
All of the high-ranking servants that are here have been here their entire lives, and all of the ones that are still here, short of what's his name? Everybody except Abasi has grown up with Brenna being here. Elsa, Lorena, Stefan, even Constantine, they are all under 30. They are literally grew up with Brenna being here and being effectively the second lady of the house.
Just if there are any suck-ups, anybody who was a little bit too friendly, I'm going to just make some notes and names just in case.
You will notice a beginning of shift that as the last couple days have gone on, a number of servants who are not long-term servants, in the last year maybe, last 6 months, have started to not be present. And it's starting
if there
to
are any
become...
lingering, I'll note it.
Well, no, it's...
pass that along.
It's starting to become obvious just enough that because there's a slight delay in service. Like the numbers aren't right.
Yeah. Just want to make sure there's nobody who's going to be a danger to my sister or Ardzo. You know, just in case, just noting things. Yeah. And hey, how are the guests? Any interesting gossip about the guests?
Wait, isn't there? Oh, there's not a gossip skill in this game. There is one in Cyberpunk. That's what it is. And okay,
you know, like,
and then that's just a straight charisma again.
Yeah, there's no conversation.
Yeah, there's no.
I think it's mostly charisma. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be straight charisma.
I would just say straight charisma in this case.
Also, you know, 24, and you know, just generally speaking, about the guests, like nobody in particular, right? I'm not interested in anybody in particular. Just generally speaking, how the guests are. However, if there were gossip about Javik and Cadeyrn and I just happen to hear it, that would be fine. I mean, I'm not like, I mean, you know, just wondering if there's
You
any
want the gossip? You want the 411 on the gas? Let me give you the 411.
I do.
Girl,
I do.
girl,
I
sit
want
down.
it.
We got this. We got
You
this.
I'm
want
ready.
the hot goss.
I want to know. I want to know.
Okay. So number one, well, there was that day about like 3 days ago, like just after the wedding, or Brenna and Gavril's wedding happened, that Javik and Cadeyrn didn't leave their room all day and didn't even answer to the maids when they brought asking if they wanted, you know, trays brought up.
Oh. Ooh, that's interesting. Ooh.
All day.
I see. Oh.
They
well,
weren't, and then when they came back, you know, for dinner, they were like, their hair was mussed, and they ate very well that day. I guess they did some things that took a lot of stamina from them.
I imagine so. I mean, mages and all that.
And
Fascinating.
then the most interesting other, you know, the other point of gossip has been that, you know, Ardzo's been, well, a dwarf is a little noticeable among both humans and the few elves that are here, i.e. you and Brenna.
What about the doctor?
Well, he's been, you know, didn't you know he's been seen, you know, hanging around in the kitchen with the head cook, and you know they've been cooking together. If you get my meaning.
Do you mean baking all night long, that sort of thing? I see. Well, lovely, wonderful.
And of course, you didn't hear it from me. And of course, the person who's telling you this is Lady Sophia Grant, who's just like,
Of course, I love her.
she is
I love
fabulous,
her.
and you know she's got that
She's
perfect
my friend.
hair. You know she is your friend, and she is another one of those long-term Matina vassals who hated Filiberta with a passion. Is happy totally would be singing Ding Dong the Witch is Dead up and down the hallways, but is a little too high class to do that. There have been some, it's been very strange, you know, we're all very concerned about Eleanor. Nobody's heard her perform in 2 weeks, you know, there were that injury to her throat. We're very concerned about her. And no one's actually really seen her, except for the wedding, of course. She was there, I think. Well, I know she didn't
perhaps
perform.
she's been given some sort of bed rest or something.
Well, I hope she does better. I would be ashamed to miss out on her performances long term.
Yes. Well, yeah, I thought I'd just mention on the side that, you know, I wanted to write some sort of verse, some sort of love verse for my fiancée, but I'm not quite the poet. Perhaps I should speak with this Eleanor, and perhaps you could give me some help.
Well, I do know that Eleanor has, on occasion, helped many a young gentleman overcome their deficiencies with the spoken word, perhaps.
Yes. Oh. Well, I might just go and, well, give her a visit and give her all the, what do you call it, well wishes and whatnot, and maybe she can help me with my beloved. Well, if you want to know, I've heard, and I sort of spread, because I have been gathering gossip. Well, that one noble over there, he seems to be having a little on the outs with his wife. And because I had been like, I'd spent the entire banquet gathering gossip on people, so I spread that gossip around.
Oh yeah, You're go ahead and go ahead. Go ahead and roll. Let's use performance for this. Because I would say it's almost.
What specialization? Because I have lute and singing. Persuasion?
No, just straight. Yeah, we can use persuasion. Yeah, persuasion.
That's a 10, so that's a
Yes,
crit
don't forget to roll it
success.
again.
Roll again. That's a 9. 39.
Oh, it's going everywhere. Everything you want people to know, you won't be.
Yep. You know, it's just little things, right? Like, upping my sister,
Mhm.
saying good things about Ardzo's and his talents and skills, solidifying my and my fiance's bona fides in case we need to go and visit nobles somewhere. We have, probably give us some goodness. Yeah. We just want to make sure that I don't say anything about Cadeyrn.
Interesting. Good to know. Good to know. And there are there are lots of conversations happening, little pieces being moved around.
Is the lady of the castle around anywhere?
Really? Really? You gonna bother this woman a week after her wedding?
I don't know if she's out and about or not. I'm promenading. I'm just wondering if she's out and about.
Like to
Brenna, are you
eat
out and
sometimes
about?
and stuff? Like occasionally
Like, are you out and
to
about?
check
Like,
on things.
it's probably at this point. It's about 9:30 in the morning.
No, it's not.
Also, as part of that gossip that the lady of the house is not and the lord of the house have not really surfaced for quite some time. I imagine that's also part of the gossip.
Well,
Well, that's not exactly entirely out of the ordinary
No.
for. And also,
Them.
Brenna's not been out of Matina for this long before, so
Yeah.
you know, it's
Mhm.
not entirely unexpected.
mm-hmm.
Witcher stamina.
There's usually a couple of days after she gets back to the place where they're not really seen much except for like obligation things
Like food.
I
that
think
can be
Sometimes.
delivered to the room.
Fair.
I think they make the occasional evening,
Yeah, like
feast
dinner.
performances.
Yeah.
Show, that classic. Everyone goes to
I
the
gotta
crew.
check in with the guards about the such and such thing, or blah blah blah. But that's it.
Mhm.
Typically, no, because it's been, she's not been here just for a couple days. They will resurface for dinner for evening, and also because there's guests still here, so they'll come out. But it's not before like 11 a.m. It's like
Yeah.
lunchtime around is typically when.
And just getting ready, getting the travel, getting because these two nobles from Illyria will be leaving soon. So just getting everything all together is what we're up to.
We're gonna pull the camera back and up, to the master suite of this castle on the 3rd floor. The door that was to the lady of the house's bedroom has been, like, a couple pieces of furniture have been moved in front of it, so like Filiberta's whole room is inaccessible because
Yeah, that room needs some work.
it does.
So.
It's also, the maids are very good, but there was a lot of blood on that floor.
It's so crazy how that happened. Went through the rug and everything. Wow.
There is, at this moment, a tentative knock.
Yes. She contemplates for a moment, like, do I just pretend I'm asleep? No, I'm not asleep. Yes.
And there's like this moment where the door just cracks just a little bit, and the voice of one of the long-term serving maids, one of the few who stuck around, mostly because she's one of the only people that Gavril would trust in his study to clean things.
Yeah.
Not do anything else. She can just like clean things without
Clean.
messing things up.
She can go with the duster, and yeah.
There's a small problem that requires your attention.
How immediate is this small problem? Is it like now or 10 minutes to get dressed?
I'm going to find the Dr. Constantine.
Right, get the doctor and Ardzo if you can. I'll be there immediately. Just
Madam.
Probably light swearing. Just quiet. Not at the maid, just like under her breath, but the maid probably catches it.
Yeah,
So she
but it's
knows
also
it's
one
not
of
at
those.
her.
She's another one of those lifetime servants here. She's not. She knows you're not swearing at her. It's that
Yeah.
level of service, that service professional. It's like, oh, I know you're not swearing at me.
And because it's that sudden and that like such quick, like, we need to fetch a doctor. Like, oh, go get the doctors now. I think it's like just whoop nightgown, and then like chiffon robe over. It's like just it's light. It's not appropriate for the season. It's whatever was worn the night before that is on the floor of the bed. Plus the tying the robe as she gets out.
I feel like I should also mention that the last time you did this, dressed inappropriately based on just
Yes.
waking up, you murderized a person in the room next door.
Did. But she has more than one outfit, so it's okay that one got blood all over it.
Particularly here. So yes, the maid will.
I think she does grab a sword too, just because of recent events. It's like, okay, dressing out, and then she just picks them up. She doesn't sling them on, but she just grabs the hilts and just starts marching down the hallway real quick. Fast walking, power walking.
Power walking down the hall.
In a gauzy robe and nightgown, with holding swords. Yes.
I support all of this. And we're gonna pan the camera as this older maid, very gray streaked, not overly worn, but just definitely of an age woman, moves herself through and proceeds towards we'll follow the camera with her down the 3 flights of stairs and down around through the main dining room, through another servants' corridor, down the half flight of stairs to the kitchen, where Ardzo and Cadeyrn have been made their way to. Elsa has, of course, at this point, kind of, oh, you showed up. I must. There's early breakfast snacks, right? Like. That level of pastries that kind of show up that are just like, here, you look hungry, eat this, as she's like directing the army that serves her.
Okay, I can just eat it without consequence. Also, he'll gesture to Cadeyrn. This guy. This is where you introduced yourself.
Oh, hey. You probably know me already. Oh, silly me, I should put my tunic back on. Where are my manners? Cadeyrn of Cadeyrn.
She kind of does that once over, looks you up and down, evaluating you, and it's that servant evaluation of how much of an, that waitstaff evaluation of how much of an asshole are you about to be. And then Elsa of Matina.
Charmed.
I'm sure. And she'll kind of glance over, around you to Ardzo and like cock an eyebrow. It's like, you brought this peacock into my kitchen, why?
He'll recognize that look, but as he's like shoving a fistful of like something in his mouth and is like caught deer in headlights, I saw him in the courtyard and I wanted to check on his ribs. He broke several of them. and then but it was on my way to see you, so then I thought actually that is when I stopped thinking and I just came here. Apologies for intruding. I just wanted to see your lovely face and say hello and see if I could help you out with anything.
Look, I need you to roll persuasion. Or seduction, either one at this point.
He's trying to be innocent about it.
Persuasion.
So persuasion. Okay, that'll be a. Oh, where did I put that? Okay, here we go. I rolled a 3. So actually, that's pretty good. That is 19. No. Yeah, 19.
She just kind of does that slight smirk, smile, and then switches back to Cadeyrn and raises an eyebrow at him.
But I was telling him about a adding leeks to a salted lamb and potato porridge, if you will. I kind of wanted to make it the soup. I had my own ideas for it.
This man, Elsa, is a culinary genius.
She also is better than I am.
Were you the one that cooked for the whole reception at the wedding?
And she kind
Well-
of like shifts her arm to like cocks her entire posture and shifts herself so she's putting her arm on her hips and just like resting one hand on her on her counter. And into this very tense moment walks this steel-haired older maid with, her long hair in a braid that's kind of pinned into a bun at the back of her neck. And she just walks in and just does one of these fast servant evaluations of the entire moment and goes, Master Ardzo, the Countess has requested your presence in a professional capacity.
Are my clothes not good enough?
As a doctor.
Oh, okay. I see. I've been hearing the word professional thrown around a lot, and I just thought that I did not look.
There's this moment where like she just barely starts to blush when you say that, but she's again this older servant who's probably literally seen it all.
Yes. Right. This instant, can I, or right now?
Yes. Someone's bleeding.
Oh,
I'm going to go get the other doctor, Dr. Cohn.
Oh,
as well.
Oh,
because
oh.
lots of blood. Could you? And like, there's this moment of like where she obviously wants to mom you, because she's basically mommed everybody in this building at one point or another, but you're still a guest, so she doesn't.
Oh, thank you for informing me. Do I tip you now? How does this work? Thank you for the news. Here's a snack. Look at these snacks that are here. Have one.
And she just turns and walks out. Because she's busy. She's got to go get the other doctor.
Okay. Well, Elsa, it was a pleasure to see you this morning. Thank you for everything. I'm going now. I've been summoned because I do important things, and Cadeyrn will be coming with me.
I guess. Before we go, Miss Elsa, your cooking was leagues above anything that I've ever eaten. And I'm not saying that to flatter you. It's actually the truth.
Roll persuasion.
It's actually the truth.
Oh, I know. I just want to see.
Yeah. That's based on empathy.
Hold your jets there, buddy.
Is she human?
Yes, she is human.
All right, with a plus 13, I rolled a 10. I rolled a 4. So that's a 27 to complement Ardzo's girlfriend.
Oh, this is going down.
Um,
We're going to fight, aren't we?
Nah.
Please don't break my ribs.
Nah. It's that level of like, okay, you're not an entire asshole. I appreciate you are actually complimenting me on my professional, professionally and doing it in a non like you want something manner. So yes, she is okay. Yeah, she gives you that little like okay smile. Not the smile that she gives Ardzo as he leaves though. That's like
Nah. No, that's a smile reserved to Ardzo. I don't want to steal that smile.
We're not fighting anymore.
Damn, do I look like a homewrecker?
You kind of do, buddy.
Yes, you do. I'm just gonna say, for the record, yes, you do. That's all.
I would also like
Brenna ain't worried.
I'm sweating in fiction. Sir.
We're going to pan the camera as these two leave to follow this, be directed towards one of the upper second floor chambers, where the doctor has set up a sick room. And we're going to take the break for the evening. And when we come back, we'll see what's going on, why the doctor needed to be called. But go ahead, refresh yourself, get some more water, get some, whatever else you need, and we will
Pull
be
the
back.
cat hair out of your tea, whatever
I mean,
you need to do.
that would be a thing I would recommend doing. Just
Extra fiber, it's up to you.
yeah, it just gets stuck in your teeth, kind of thing. That's always my problem. We'll see you in a few, everybody. Bye bye. Hello and welcome back. It is time for us to continue for our wonderful season 2 premiere of Witcher Roads Home. And last we left off, our young, wonderful group had made their way to, well, the doctor had been called to a bedroom for Constantine. Both doctors. The doctor for, the castle, Dr. Cone, and dear Ardzo. And Cadeyrn decided to go along as well. When Brenna called as this servant, wished to make sure things were adjusted. To a second floor bedroom above, in a slightly out of the way, away from the guests, but still slightly larger than, and actually on inside the keep as opposed to Constantine's normal rooms in the barracks that form one of the outer walls, one of the bailey walls of the keep. When you get there, the room has been set. It's kind of like a hospital room. Ardzo, you don't even need to roll. This is a very professionally done. You maybe didn't interact necessarily with Dr. Cone, but you've seen his work as you've kind of been trading off, treatment of people this week has been going on. Dr. Cone is a tall human, blue-green eyes, short, kind of wavy ginger hair, very pointed features, close-cropped ginger beard, dresses rather well, very polite as you enter the makeshift hospital room.
I have been summoned here. Greetings. What seems to be the problem?
The doctor, who's kind of like has like a white mask over his face, is like looks up at you, nods, and gestures you over. Constantine is laid out on the bed, just stripped down to the waist, and there are massive gashes that the doctor seems to be stitching and treating as they go. And he just kind of, if you would be so kind, could you, your skills are very appreciative. You want to take the left hand sub-abdominal, and I'll take the thoracic.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll assist.
Mm-hmm. There are a number of very large slashing wounds on Constantine's torso, and it's very obvious that he is it's one of those. As you watch, you don't even need to roll for this, Ardzo. You are a good enough doctor that you can just tell that Dr. Cone is very, very good at what he does. There are just a lot of them. So as he's, it's one of those, the blood that is, Constantine would probably have bled out if he was only had one doctor.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Just based on pure numbers and the amount of stitching of wounds that could be done in the amount of time.
Yep. Well, let's get to work. If you issue commands, I will execute.
Thank you for your assistance. I really do appreciate it so much. Go ahead and roll me a healing hands. He's gonna roll as well. It's not bad. He's a straight 20.
I got a 22.
There you go. He's good, you're better, but the both of you are managing to stem the tide, but this will take a while, right? There are a number of large gash wounds as you're going, and what is the skill? I think you has. Do you have surgeon, right, or analysis?
I have in the left column I have diagnose. I have and 2 in the middle column, I think the herbalism.
Yeah.
Right.
So with go ahead and roll diagnose.
And Brenna's here too, right? Like,
Yeah,
just
Brenna,
supervising.
You and Cadeyrn are both in this room as well.
Mhm.
You can do whatever you want. Dr.
Yeah.
Cohn, Dr.
Not
Cohn.
interfering at well. Yeah, Dr. Cohen's stitched her up a few times.
17.
These are not wounds made with a sword.
Yeah, she's trying to just observe, not getting in their way at all whatsoever, but trying to figure out what made these wounds.
These are...
Does she need to fuck some people up or some monsters up?
Okay, that would be Witcher training.
Because, you know, she'll fuck them up, whoever they are. It's just how on the DL does she need to be about it. Okay, 15 plus 23.
Yeah. Ardzo, you're very sure that these are not made with a sword. They're too ragged. Not a blade of any sort. They're too ragged, and the spacing seems very uniform for them, between them. Brenna, you are, with a 23, you are very sure that these were made by claws, and they look very familiar to wounds that you saw earlier, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, like on Eleanor? Like Brooks' wounds?
The ones on her arms, not the one in
Yeah.
her throat.
Yeah. I think she just like narrows her eyes mid-observation and just starts shaking her head. Like why did it have to be? Why did it have to be Brooksa? But she doesn't say anything. She doesn't want to interrupt their concentration. Because Constantine is a good, he's real good at his job, and don't have to replace him. So probably why he's still alive. Honestly, is because he's good at his job. So
you can also see with that diagnose roll, Billy, you can definitely see some defensive wounds where on his, particularly on his arm, where he had moved to, based on what you could guess, he moved to block with his arm to strike at the same time. Probably why he's got the 4 uniform gashes moving across his forearm kind of thing. Dr. Cohn is hyper-focused at the moment and just moving through stitching as he goes. He's treating well professionally, but not talking.
Doctor, if you do not mind me asking, I can work and talk. Should we assess on whether there are any traces of disease or perhaps poison?
Poison will take some deeper analysis. I cleaned all of the wounds with and you can see light traces of where he basically took rubbing alcohol. Well, first pass alcohol and dumped that on all of the wounds that he could find.
Yeah. It was a Brooksa that did it, so there is most likely not going to be poison, but keep an eye out for infection.
Brooksa. Where did this happen?
Don't know. I need to find out first.
I'm-
Do you know if a body was found?
sorry, am I in the room?
Yeah, you are. You are
Because
there.
I followed.
You were probably sitting next
If-
to Brenna, who's like
Yeah.
not in their way, but like close enough to watch.
If there's any infection or diseases, I can help with that. Just putting it out there. Not a doctor. Just I can flaunt the laws of physics.
It kind of seems
Perhaps
like
we
we
should-
could take all the help we can get.
Help I will not turn down. I will definitely not turn down help. As in the doctor he's Eric Cohn is moving quickly but professionally, and he's not getting distracted. He's not looking at any of you as he answers. He's merely focused on his task. But he answers. They brought him in from the castle town. They found him maybe 35 minutes.
Thank you. I would have to do some investigating, it seems. Like just a slight expression of why today?
And I'll be busy patching up everything, and then to the wounds that I'm patching up, as soon as I seal them, I'd like to apply my little salve to those ones.
Go right ahead. Go ahead and roll that healing hands again see how the salve is going to respond to,
21.
It's definitely working. It's a little slower than what you expect, but not by any means outside the bounds of what you've experienced with your usage of it before. Just on the slower end of the scale. Which, from your experience, usually means there was some sort of creature harm involved and not just, like something of the convergence rather than a mere, bear.
So interesting. Why there would be so many slash wounds, and yet he still lives?
It's an interesting thing indeed. Perhaps Broxa did not want to be caught, and she could not finish playing or fighting. Constantine is a decent fighter with her victim before having to move on. I will have to do some investigating today. Please let me or Gavril know whenever he wakes up. He was supposed to be looking for bandits, so...
And he is sleeping?
I assume he's unconscious, yeah.
He's unconscious. Cohen will say, like, I administered some sedatives.
Probably for the best. I will leave you to it. Don't let me interrupt you.
If you do find anything out, I would like to know. I don't know if there was... I'm not a detective, but if there was a motive and if this thing is... if there are more of them or what?
That's what I intend to find out.
Okay, well, I guess we should just keep lines of communication open then.
I'll let you know if I find anything.
And I will let you know if I find anything. That came out weird.
And then it's fine. You're distracted. Keep doing a great job. And then starts to leave the room a bit. Just holding the swords. just a little squeezing him a little bit.
Cadeyrn, what are you doing?
Right now, thinking about. We took care of all the candles that Philberta had placed, so.
Mhm. All the candles in the castle, technically. Just new candles.
Yeah, but would someone. That if it's a Bruksha, it would have to hide by itself. Like through its own means, not rely on this ritual.
Unless there's a ritual in the castle town.
Brenna, do you intend to go at it alone?
But I usually do, but I would not say no to any assistance or help. I usually just don't have the option of assistance or help.
Well, you are in luck. I am a capable person.
As I've noticed. Quite good against the last Bruxa.
He's just gonna look a bit at his ribs. I think I can manage.
It's not.
Shall we?
Yes, we shall. I suppose I should, This probably isn't appropriate for monster hunting, no? Just kind of like has the sword up. Semi-slinky nightgown.
Oh, I too will need to go get dressed. Not that I would not like to encounter a Bruksha in this attire, but I feel I'm a little naked.
Bit chilly this time of year.
Can you really notice?
There's almost an eye roll, but she doesn't know you that well, and so she just closes her eyes, and the corner of the mouth goes up. But seeing as how I, a Witcher, am a bit chilly, I would assume other people are a bit chilly as well.
It keeps the head cool and the thoughts flowing. But
I was just doing very warming activities before I was summoned for an injury, so.
You're talking about sex.
Yes, I am.
You can say it. I think we're all adults here. And I'll look to Ardzo.
And some of us as adults are working, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to close the door. It just closes the door behind us in the hallway.
And inside, we have this moment cutscene into the room as the door closes, where the Dr. Cone looks up, looks at Ardzo, and like makes eye contact, and just, they're insufferably sickening when they're together, and then goes back to stitching the patient.
All right. Do we meet at the entrance to the tower?
At the entrance to. Yes, we can do that.
All right.
15 minutes?
We're gonna let you guys go get ready. We're gonna pan as the two of you break off to go to your
Get
separate
ready.
rooms.
Tell Gavril that I got a monster to investigate, because Constantine's probably fucked up. He should probably get presentable, but take his time. He's gonna be unconscious for a while, that good stuff.
We're gonna let the two of you break apart, and then we're gonna see where Ianto has gone.
Well, I mean, I imagine he'd been talking to his fiance, giving her lots of details about the brothel and the people who are trying to murder them, since she seems to be committed to keeping that open, even though people want to murder them and know where they live, but is giving her a good brief rundown, everything she might need to know, so that it is less likely that she will die. Or be murdered by a bunch of werewolves. Anyway, he lets her know all the details. Like, I imagine they just spent some time just talking business. And after some discussing of business, he's going to sort of go off and looking for Eleanor. he's gonna head toward her quarters with a feather quill and some parchment with some terrible verse written on it, just like little scraps of like bad verse, in case anyone observes him.
Something that one might even call doggerel.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But not wear doggerel, because nobody needs that right now. Nobody needs that at all. But like after having sort of, and like I think that he's spoken to Peaches quite a bit about this so far on their travel up and all of that. So, but just giving her a couple more sort of details but that done, he heads over to just check in on Eleanor.
Yes. Eleanor's room is on the second floor, about 100 yards from Javik and Cadeyrn's room.
Mm. I go to Eleanor's door and I raise my hand to knock. And then I just listen, though,
Make
to
an
not her
awareness-
room.
Make an awareness check.
So, you know, just to see if there are any loud sounds in the hallway. Because, you know, there could be. Nobody knows. 6, 10, 20. Are there any sex sounds coming from my former boyfriend's room?
No, but you do see Cadeyrn going into the room at kind of a fast pace, power walk kind of thing.
Probably
and-
power walking up with Brenna, because Brenna has to pass through the staircase.
Yeah, the two of them, and Cadeyrn walks into the room, and he's, you know, half dressed, not.
Half dressed, slinky nightgown. It's fine. Don't ask
Mhm.
questions.
I watched all of that business, and then knock on Eleanor's door. What is all that about?
Entree.
And Ianto Bitonus walks in with doggerel in hand and a quill. Morning, he says as he's shutting the door, and as the morning sort of, I imagine, echoes out into the hallway.
She is seated upright in her room's, you know, at the small kind of sitting area against the wall, you know, kind of sitting half in the sun, and looks at you, smirks, and she's wearing a, you know, she's not really dressed, she's kind of got the day gown in bright, you know, like ombre reds and orange, and you know her hair is mostly down and she's just kind of relaxing. You can see that she's kind of, there's like a tea service next to her. I think I should go on wrong character. You're to join me then?
Well, I say, if you wouldn't mind, I would enjoy a spot of tea.
Are you going to trap that?
Well, perhaps. And so he comes to sit down because he is now Ianto of Vedette. That is the Ianto that is known in Belhaven.
She just kind of gestures to the seat next to her.
Mademoiselle, thank you for the tea. I have a, what do you call it, an alibi? Bad poetry for my fiancé. Hoping, of course, that you would make better poetry for my fiancé.
D'accord.
But you do not have to work very hard because this is only an alibi. So, good morning.
Good morning, monsieur. What would you need that you provide as an alibi to attend to me?
I always provide alibis all the time. It's more comfortable.
Would not wish to interfere with your professional decisions, but again,
Why am I here? You know, you are a good friend of the Lady Witcher.
Brenna has been a very good friend of mine for a very long time.
And I think she would be distressed if there was something wrong with you and she did not know.
There is nothing wrong. I'm recovering very nicely. I get to sit in the sun. The tea is very pleasant.
Interesting. You are a woman of the world. You know people, you know things. You are observant. No?
More.
What is interesting to me is that some might say that I too am observant. Maybe not everyone, but some, there might be one or two who would say such a thing about me.
I could think of like 3 or 4 who might say such.
What do my eyes tell me these past 2 weeks, do you think?
That there is many, how do we call them, assignations occurring in this castle?
Of course. Also that a beautiful performer has been very subtly and carefully avoiding being alone with her cousin, yes, or her very best friend. Strange. Everywhere but nowhere.
I do not know what you mean.
Also, of course, that you have not been singing in the
My
2 weeks.
throat.
Also, that your jewelry is different.
What could you possibly mean by that?
What I mean is that before you were wearing a beautiful necklace that was clearly magically connected to your dear Cadeyrn, and now you are not. And the style of jewelry you're wearing right now is not your normal style. It's a bit more understated. And whenever someone wears understated jewelry, I think something is up. So, I'm here not to accuse you of anything, but because I am worried.
Roll persuasion.
And it is persuasion rather than, deceit.
Yes, it's persuasion against. Hold on, I need to pull up her character sheet, and I need the verbal combat rules just to double check.
Yes.
Because that's what this is, right?
Then
Not a
let me
full
go.
one, but
Where did that handout go anyway?
it starts on page 151.
Thank you.
Well, that's all. Excuse me, 176. Yeah.
I was just looking at some bleeding wounds. That's all. That's all I was doing.
Okay. You can. I assume here you're either appealing or you're persuading, or you're attempting to befriend.
At the moment, it is a persuade, right? Because we sort of start. We start at the friendly baseline.
Yeah.
Before we get into the.
So it's roll persuasion.
I rolled a 24.
Okay, she is going to attempt to ignore you, or ignore the persuasion, right? Not ignore you, but ignore the.
Yeah. I see her.
Hold on, maths.
Because otherwise, if she
23.
Beat her by 1, which means I need to roll my d6. That will be persuade. It's a very simple 11. Because I rolled very bad on my d6.
Yep. What are you trying to ascertain that you are concerned?
So, Eleanor, from one, shall we say, social person to another, I would prefer not to play. I'd prefer just to be plain spoken. I try to reserve my flowery words for people who I am less, who are not connected to my, not connected to people that I know. So, it does not seem to me that you are well in ways that are more serious than you are letting on, and this concerns me because if there is something that I can do, then I would do it.
And she just kind of smiles and does that smile and then like the Morticia Adams sip tea look at you. Ianto, you're a friend, and I appreciate your concern. But there is nothing to be done. I'm recovering. I should be fine.
I dislike being lied to when I come honest, because I so rarely do. But I will not force this or try to work my considerable wiles upon you, because life is too short.
And when you say considerable wiles, she looks at you, sets the teacup down, and raises an eyebrow.
Do you think I could not?
I think you're lacking certain things that are required for me to be engaged in any way, shape, or form.
There's more than one way to use wiles. It does not always have to be seduction. It can be just a general sort of charm. Could be perhaps a little
very
vulnerable.
You didn't start that way. It won't work for the long term.
That's true.
You-
I was thinking more, well, I think that perhaps when I think about your, how do you say, weak spot, I could appeal to your friendship with my sister, use that as leverage to convince you that it is better for you to have an ally than to try to do this alone.
Ianto. And at this point, she will look around and reach out and set her hand on your arm. Just barely. And then lean forward just a little bit. So that the dressing gown can open just right, and it's just a hint of her collarbone. Nothing else, just her collarbone. And she just smiles at you and goes, Ianto. If we wanted to play that game, we could play that game.
We could. You're very good. I like the angle you have there with your neck. It's very good.
Thank
Your décolleté?
you. Merci. But it's not about such things.
I know.
I am... And she will literally, like, tap your arm, like, oh, you sweet child. I am recovering. There are just... penalties for things to be used. Consequences of choices to be made.
He takes his handkerchief and coughs slightly. And he very quickly stashes the handkerchief away. I assume this was the magic that connected you and your cousin? I assume.
She just smiles and doesn't say anything.
And I also assume this cousin relationship is a secret. I will tell no one, of course.
She will... What did you say? I'm sorry.
I assume that it is a secret that this he is your cousin. I will tell no one, of course.
She smiles. How old do you think my cousin is?
Well, he's a mage, so he could be quite old. He went to, he knows, Javik for quite some time, which makes him certainly 80, 90, 100, something like this, 70, 60, somewhere around this range.
Definitely above the 80s. You can leave it there. Less than 100, more than 50. D'accord?
Oui.
How old do you think I am, Ianto?
Well, it's interesting because you look human. You do not advertise yourself as a mage, so I imagine most people would think of you in the blushing youth of perhaps late 20s, sort of perfect age to be whatever, late 20s, early 30s, whatever you need to be, but I do not think that is your age at all. I think you have a lot of practice.
She just smiles at that. I do not practice magic, monsieur.
No, I meant the magic of conversation is what I meant.
Ah, that is just good fun. But I do a lot of things, and I am known for a reason. Cadeyrn is smart, but he is stupid.
You can just tell there's a Yadhad things he wanted to say about Cadeyrn, but will not say them. And it was like there was that a pass of probably abs, and he just was like, nope, not speaking on it.
And she just smirks at that. It's like, oh, he is very smart with the magic, very skilled. But
He's also charming and handsome.
charming.
It runs in the family.
Merci, monsieur. But he doesn't always know the world like we do. I made a choice a very long time ago. I'm keeping to that promise, and I'm keeping to that choice.
I assume the promise is secrecy.
Oh, Ianto. And she'll kind of lean forward even further and bring her arm to just kind of brush your hair just a little bit, not all the way, and she is very careful not to touch your ears. Yeah. You can roll me human perception. You would notice this.
Oh. Or also either human perception or seduction, whichever one is, we'll give you the info. That will be a 24. For human perception.
Yeah, she is. For human perception, two things you will notice. One, that she is studious in avoiding touching your ears in a way that kind of speaks to knowledge about certain. Look, they're elf ears. We all know. It's fine.
She's playing a game.
But it's also. But she's playing a game, but she's also respectfully and doing it in a way that shows that she knows that there are other tools she could be using at this moment, but she's not.
Yeah.
And it's almost that level of biological understanding is really strange for someone who is human.
Yeah. But humans don't live this long and look that good. So something's up. So and he's like, I don't know what's up with her. But she's not a human. She's not your baseline human that is just a run-of-the-mill sort of a human.
Mm-hmm.
This is Eleanor, we all I will ask only this, and not about all of this. Are you all right?
I am fine. I am recovering.
No, no. None of this. How are you?
Ianto, you work a certain type of thing, no?
Hmm.
In a few decades, when you're a little older and a little more seasoned, and a little less impulsive and tied to emotional drama, I might come to you to give you a position. But until you can, shall we say, discover certain things for yourself, I'm fine.
I see. You flatter me, of course, but you do not need to call on me. I plan on being somewhere filthy for a while.
And that is why I will not call on you for another couple decades.
It
You'll
usually takes me about 2 or 3.
And at that, she kind of sets her teacup down and then turns to you and looks at you. Ianto, your sister is a witcher. Do you know the lifespan of witchers?
I do.
She'll be dead before you get out of your debauchery.
Well, it is a good thing that I will be going, so that she can have better influences in her life.
I thought this way once. And then I remembered certain things. If you want to aid your family, Morphe, you have to be there to do it.
In the shadows, behind the curtain.
But can you see through the curtain to know when that you are supposed to make your entrance? You don't stand behind the curtain when you're waiting in the wings. Enfant. And she's gonna roll persuasion against you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
24.
All right. He is going to let's see. How does he want to take this? Because she has started the game again, and he was on what's the word? A truce. He does not appreciate that.
She's not starting, but you know.
Oh, he's going to look at her, and he's going to say, "It is interesting that you wish to speak to me of family while avoiding speaking of your own. It's interesting to me that you speak of professions when your own profession is so obscured. It's interesting to me that you press while yet also avoiding all those in your life. Speak to me. I think that perhaps what we should be speaking of is the danger that is coming upon us. There is a lot of politic to do. The Deschelins must be investigated. There is much in many places that must be looked upon. And I do plan on looking into things in my own way. And I will always know that you are someone that I can reach out to if it is useful. And so, with this professional relationship between us, cordial, as it were, I think that we perhaps understand each other. But the question is, what have you learned about the Deschelin? As I change the subject,
Yeah. Roll.
I will. 26.
Hmm.
You versus your 24? Let me.
Change the subject.
Yep. That's 15.
Yeah. Cool. You wish to actually step up on the stage?
No. I am not the star. I am the stagehand.
Again,
The
can't do
dramaturg.
anything. You can't do anything behind the curtain.
You think this is not so? You can do many things. You can cut rope, dropping sandbags, spotlight here or there. If there's a chair there or not a chair there, you can change the entire play based on how you set the scene. And this, I'm sure you know well.
She'll lean forward at this point, look at you, smile. But the play has already begun, and the scene has already changed.
Indeed. And so,
Monsieur. And she will look you dead in the eye and repeat this phrase at you. I am fine. There is nothing. And she will look at you hard. Nothing. And then glance around the room for you to be concerned about. Your concerns about others, perhaps, in Toussaint, might be something to address in more. But of course, the Deschelins are no longer here. If you wish to know about them. And she'll look around again. Well, you might want to ask Cadeyrn.
Mademoiselle. And he bows and puts out his hand.
She will offer it to you. This is the first time, she is... And this is the first time you realize this is the first time she's made skin-to-skin contact.
Yeah. And it's very light,
Mhm.
right? He really only takes the tips of her fingers on his first finger. So not even his palm, just the very sort of tip. And he presses his lips to her fingernails, but not her skin, with his bow.
You would roll me human perception.
That would be a 22.
She's cold.
Mm,
Like, you...
not normal cold.
And it's one of those you didn't notice when she was just touching your clothes or even when she was touching your hair. And that's when you think about it and you realize she never touched the side of your face. She never touched your hand. She never touched any... She is physically cold, but you see that tea that she's drinking is burning hot. Like, she just put it down level hot.
Yeah.
So her, at least the, warmth of the tea on her hand should be there. It's not.
Smiles, gives her a wink that is doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? It's the wink that you do if somebody were looking, then you're like, oh look, you know what I mean? Like, but it doesn't mean anything. And she would know it. Well, I imagine your brother is very smart, and if you cousin.
And she'll look at you, and for the first, when you say that slip, That's the first time she will just make eye contact with you and won't say anything at all.
But you may want to speak to some others in the ladies' circle, other mages. They know things, they have connections.
Monsieur, you see, but you do not. And that she goes, have a good day, Ianto.
I shall.
Oh, by the way, pour votre fin. And she like reaches to the side table next to her and just hands you like you realize that she has these just stacked letters and things.
He takes it, and he reaches in to inside his jacket, and he pulls out a small hat pin with a beautiful little jewel on it, and he hands it to her.
Merci.
I see more than you think. Sometimes I'm just a bit trying to be polite. And he walks out.
As you walk out, the camera will follow you the moment the door closes. You walk into the hall, and as you make that change from the bedroom to the hall, you realize that the room was warm.
Yeah.
It was much warmer than the hallway. Like the fire had been kept going, the heaters were on, the room itself was warm.
Yeah. And he pulls out his handkerchief and he coughs into it a little bit, and he sort of looks at the blood that's there. He puts it back in his pocket. And he looks back at the door. And he heads back to wander a little bit, putting on his posture of Bitonus. And he ponders Cadeyrn and Brenna. And he thinks, well, lied to them before, can lie to them again. And he walks.
As you do, we follow with the camera back to the room where Constantine is being treated by Ardzo and Dr. Cone. Ardzo. It's been a little bit. The doctor is professional, engaging in professional level small talk, but doesn't really seem to be engaging in, polite conversation. And but you can definitely tell, even without rolling, it's not like a snub to you for any reason. It's merely that this is his personality. He's being professional.
Yep.
Can you roll me awareness?
Sure can. Let's see what that is. Okay. 21.
There, he's you've stripped Constantine, you're switching you're switching you've been you've treated him, you've stitched all of his bleeding wounds, and you notice, as you're both now in the cleaning up the blood from the stitching everything aspect of the day, you notice a small it wasn't really noticeable at the time because he was just covered in so much blood, and the actual large wounds that were much more important. You notice a small hole in his earlobe, like almost like he got his ears pierced. But he doesn't. But it's not scarred over, so it's new and fresh. But there's no earring there or anything.
On on the person who was bleeding heavily.
Yes, Constantine.
Yeah. I'll look in closer to investigate it and not try to make it secret that I'm doing so. And so he's got the hole in his ear as if it were a piercing. Is there blood coming from it currently? Or is the hole
It's scabbed. But it's freshly scabbed, like within possibly the amount of time it took you guys to finish stitching him up.
Do you know a whole lot about this individual here, Doctor?
Constantine is one of my regular patients, unfortunately.
Regular patients. What brings them in?
In his case, his job. He is one of the captain of the guard. He is very frequently injured in the pursuit of his duties.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
does he...
minor things, cuts, bruises.
Is this the worst of his that you have encountered?
He had one bad injury a couple years ago in defense of the counts on the battlefield. He was slashing wound to the torso, and he kind of gestures to where you can just barely make out the remains of the scar tissue. And, without even a roll based on you doing things, you are very aware that this was a very deep wound that was very serious, but was treated well, stitched well, and the scar, while visible, is not inhibiting in any way, right?
Is Constantine want to partake in, I don't know how to say this politely, but hedonistic acts of pleasure?
Not usually, no. I mean, he's not one that partakes of the fungin.
The fungin, yes. I have heard of this fungin, and it doesn't sound like much fungin.
Each their own. I do not judge.
Well, that is good. What about piercings or tattoos?
Not to my previous knowledge. No tattoos, no piercings.
What does this look like to you? And then he'll reference the ear.
And he'll kind of lean over and observe, and it's like, looks like somebody got an earring, and then not.
I know, sometimes where I come from, which is a cabin in the woods, I like to keep track of the wildlife around my house, so I know which animals I can feed and which animals I do not feed. It would not be uncommon to mark an individual in such a way with a tag of some sort, if you get my meaning.
Perhaps indeed. And he'll begin to make a more detailed analysis of that small wound.
I don't know what the piercing facilities are like for ears in these parts, but something to look into. Constantine could have been tagged.
And did he rip it out, or did something remain? Should we?
Do we know if the thing that did this to him was caught?
Not until yet. I'm sure that Brenna and, well, that mage may look a little flighty, but I heard that he did good work.
I don't think we should leave any paths untreaded. So, the more information we can get as to why Constantine was attacked, and then we can get into the how and start unraveling from there.
Perhaps we should see if there's anything else we have missed in our initial observations.
What are you suggesting here?
Microscopic analysis of the victim, moving from top to bottom, all over.
That's not exactly how I was planning to spend my day, but I suppose that it is an important cause. So, how would you recommend divvying up the work?
Do you want to start at the head or at the feet?
I'll start at the head.
And then the camera will just pull back from that door. And we will let the door close as Ardzo and the good doctor begin a very thorough examination of the patient that they were dealing with, who, had massive slash wounds from claws of a bruxa. And we will also let our dear Billy go and get some sleep, because he has to work really early in the morning. So give us 2 minutes and we'll be back to see what's going on with Brenna and Cadeyrn. But Billy, anything you want to say to the kind folks at home before you sign off for the night?
Yeah, thanks for coming with us on this journey. This is a great crew to chill with, and I don't think I've role played on stream since the last time we've done it, so it's really super refreshing to slip back into this skin. And thank you all for spending some time with us. I know I appreciate it. If you like internet things, you can follow me at it's either up or down strength saves. I'm a strength coach. I stream stuff, and I wake up at 4:00 in the morning for work.
Thank you for that massive tip. Welcome back, Cotter.
Welcome back.
Go to sleep.
Oh, heck yeah. Cool. Cotter, you're the best.
So give us 2 seconds. We're going to fix the cams, and then we'll be right back, guys. Hello and welcome back, and we are going to continue now that Ardzo and the doctor are in to their very thorough examination of the victim. You know, classic, treat the obvious wounds first and now go through the forensic analysis to do anything else. Important, you know. But, I want it. I want this, Simon. I want Ardzo and the doctor come. That's the series I want. Because I know some other things about this doctor.
He's a great doctor.
Brenna, you and Cadeyrn are dressed and how are you? You are now fully prepared for pretty much anything.
Witchered up. Gabriel informed of the situation. Yeah. Witchered up. Probably took, let's say 15 minutes, because she's not in a mega rush. And would meet Cadeyrn, you know, downstairs by the entrance. We gotta go to Castle Town.
Yeah.
Yep, you can meet at the stables and main entrance to then go on.
Do you want to ride or walk? You have a horse? I mean, you have the horses you can borrow. If...
Sorry. Yes. I will need a I'll need a steed.
Yes, let's get you a horse. Carefully choosing her words.
Why?
You know, she realized what she said a good minute after she said it, and she's like, ah, yes. Well, let's avoid using some of the terminology I was going to use. And, you know, just have whatever stable hand, which I think would be, we've got a stable hand. Abasi, he's our stable master. Have him get Confidant ready.
Yes.
And a horse for Cadeyrn to borrow. You know, I think she'd get Confidant ready herself and have Abasi get a horse ready for Cadeyrn.
Yep.
And she's... Confidant, you're such a good horse. We're just giving him love while getting him ready. Definitely slips him an apple or some sugar cubes. Because, you know, after her now husband, he's her favorite lad. So they might be tied, actually. It's, you know, he's a really good horse. He's such a good boy.
I mean, it is confident.
Wow, it's great. So like, and like Ianto's like what, 5, 6? Great.
Look,
yeah, cool.
She's known
cool.
Confidant longer than she's known you, and she's known her husband for like twice as long as Confidant's been alive, if not longer. So, well, I don't think Cadeyrn's seen Confidant, and she would introduce them. This is Confidant, and he's got the black and white or brown and white hair, which matches her hair. It's very, very matchy, very cute. But he's a big old warhorse stallion, so he's a big horse.
Your Confidant is your horse.
Yes, this is my horse.
Okay, because he's a little big.
I go to a lot of places. I needed a sturdy horse.
Mm-hmm. Do you have one that's perhaps a little shorter?
Yes, there are smaller horses in the stable. I just, you know, with witchering work, I figured, Gavril figured a bull horse would be appropriate. That and his colorations. Said he could not get it for me.
and the fact that he can purchase a war horse without denting his purse, but
Well, you know, it's his station and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Benefits of being a lord, I suppose. I had the look on her face of like, wait, I'm a lady now. Like processing.
But you don't have to ride side saddle. It's fine.
No, she's not going to. She's wearing pants. And her cloak, her typical witchering garb, which has been cleaned and polished very nicely while it's not been in use. Also, there's some blood on some of it, so it's fine. It's been cleaned out. It's been washed out. She's like, I take it you as a mage just teleport most of the time to places you need to go?
Yeah, I don't really tend to walk or go places. I mean, for most of my life, I've remained in the same place. That's kind of the lifestyle of a mage. We're sedentary for the most part.
And some are more mobile than others. Just depends on the field of study, I suppose. Sometimes you find mages in the most unlikely of places.
Yep. So about that horse.
Yes, it should be. Ah, yes, Abasi has saddled one for you. You need help getting on?
Could you describe for fun the monster that you show, Cadeyrn?
Oh no, Abasi is not stupid. He immediately
He's a good stable master.
He is a good stable master. Also, he's
like I do a nice mare.
He's a Zeracanian who looks at you and goes,
or gelding.
You are not a horse person. I'm not giving you my nice horses. So he's gonna find you a nice, simple,
like a nice beginner, like a nice gentle, like gelding or a mare or something.
Yeah, and
smaller and gentle. Maybe pull the carts around a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a very nice dappled mare who's very gentle. He even brings you a mounting box.
No, I can mount. I
shoot.
We're not.
Give him a smile.
Yeah, I can mount. Yeah,
like
I heard that
like
at the RJ party.
The grin, like, thank you for bringing the box this way. Yes.
And I will attempt a ride check to mount for a 13.
Oh, you're fine. You can get on this horse. You even look halfway decent doing so.
Yeah, it's just so it's not that he's unaccustomed to horses, more that he's scared of horses.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think Abasi can tell that. Doesn't make a big deal of it. Just,
But like hell, I'm going to let it show too much.
Yeah. Brenna it just swings up unconfident like it's second nature. Like,
and one of the other guardsmen, Matthias, will send a couple guards with you to show you where they found Constantine.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Just gentle little ride. Just, chill, calm pace.
As you're leaving, roll me awareness, Brenna.
Oh no, okay. See, it was the shiny, the iridescent purple dice, because, that's sounds like a good one to use. Okay, that's not awful. So, plus, and 20.
As you're gauging this, you realize there are the numbers of guards at the gate is wrong.
Too few? Too many?
Too few. But it's not like anybody's being derelict, obviously, in duty, and you don't see anybody laying around. Everyone is at attention, but it's like there are just people not there.
Yeah, I'll ask one of the guards leading us. We have some resignations recently, so some fewer guards than I recall.
Yes.
People just not showing up.
A few haven't come. Two resigns. Matthias and Constantine have been. The captain has been working hard to keep things in order.
I see. Carry on. Just like, so a couple resigned, a couple have been armed, just haven't shown up, so they either just deserted or something's happened to them is what's going through her mind. And she's like, well, there's a Bruxa, so could be either. She just thinks about that as we head towards the spot.
It's a little ways off into maybe half an hour to make your way down into the castle village, in castle town, and then around to a side street behind one of the taverns. Close enough that the sound of a tavern might overwhelm the sounds of coming from the alleyway, but not close enough that it would be possible to be, perhaps, you expect drunkards to kind of spill out into the alleyway at unannounced.
I see. All right, I'm guessing there's a lot of blood.
Yeah,
around.
There's a shit ton.
Okay.
But there's also a bunch of broken. You can see immediately signs of a scuffle, some broken boxes, and a couple barrels have been knocked over. He put up a fight.
Does it look like more than Constantine and a Bruxa were involved in this fight, or does it just appear to be a fight between two entities?
Ooh, that will require a roll. I believe that would be tracking.
Tracking. Okay. Wilderness survival?
Wilderness survival, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, wilderness survival makes the most sense here because you're trying to ascertain
I just wanted to make sure I had the right roll because it's like tracking's not.
Yeah, wilderness
thing.
survival.
Oh, okay. 24.
It looks like Constantine and the Bruxa were the only two involved in the altercation, but there were other people there.
Oh, that's interesting.
And that they left with the Bruxa.
Oh, how many other people?
6.
Oh, okay. 6. Just writing this down. 6 other people with Bruxa. They like to watch. Cool. This is how I get weird innuendos and things in my notes later on that I just go, why is that here? That is bizarre. That's not typical normal Bruxa behavior, is it?
And there doesn't look to be they didn't drink from them. Nothing that because you know that there were no wounds on the throat, there were no bite marks.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So, 6 people accompanying the Bruxa. They did not interfere or intervene in the fight at all. They just watched and then left with the Bruxa. Maybe she had some charms? Or they were with her. So many guards were missing. Oh. Anything about their footprints? Are they like heavy boots? Are they like peasanty, like softer shoes? Like about the people who are with the Bruxa?
They definitely seemed to be like mostly boots, not really peasant shoes.
Yeah.
No obvious, nothing like a very obvious one that needs to be resold or anything, but if you were going to say, you would say some sort of like uniform issue kind of thing. And they all stayed on the same side of the alleyway as the Bruxa and never came towards Constantin.
Point all these things out to Cadeyrn.
Do Bruxa have a way to control the minds of others?
Witcher training, I'm guessing? Oh, that's a 10. Okay, so 15 plus 29?
They have some small skill at magic.
Oh, no, 31, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they have some small skill at magic. But they don't usually need to, and it's not like they have like a seductive, they might just be like mind control, like a mind control power of the Bruxa itself. No.
But she could just have seduced them or charmed them, or convinced them to follow. Yeah.
And there's the possibility of a Bruxa being able to use magic to dominate someone. It may not be it's not a known ability of a Bruxa.
Not innate, but they can use magic.
But if she knows the spell, then...
Yeah, relay that.
And I mean, it's not like dominate. Well, that's not actually true, though, is it? Hold on, sorry. That isn't actually true. She can... No, it's not an innate ability, it's a spell. Sorry. I had to double check my note. I had to double check the Witcher journal.
No,
it's
possibly she just... So... Most of the time when you see someone you're very much into, if you were just seduced, you saw them suddenly grow Bruxa claws and attack a local military figure, you would not remain interested. So I don't think it is a mere seduction at play here.
Well, I mean, entertain the thought for a moment. I meet a charming young lady who also happens to be able to kick ass effortlessly. Why wouldn't I keep following her around? I mean, and don't get me wrong, there is an entire branch of literature devoted to vampire romance.
No, I've heard of such literature. It was quite popular one of the years I was doing my Witcher training.
I mean, the Sweaty Caves of the Bruxa, My Night with a Cadeyrn.
Most regular folk, though, when they see a Bruxa in person, it's a bit...
But love will make you see what you want to see.
Oh, that is true. They were all, I think, uniformed, though. Which is interesting. There could be the missing guards who've left.
I have a question about your guards.
Yes.
How much are you paying them?
Would Brenna know that? I'd imagine it's a decent wage because we're on the border.
Yeah, you may not know specifically, like the specific amount right this second.
Because I'm just picking up those types of,
But you do know that over the years, Gavril has always maintained that it's better to pay well than to have your guards be able to be bribed. Someone who would accept a bribe is going to do it, you want to weed out those who would accept a bribe from necessity versus those who would just do it because
they're that kind of person.
So
okay, fine, I got it. Her husband's perfect.
Her husband's not perfect. Well, is he? No, he's just a very he's a very
it's
good
pragmatic
commander.
yeah
He's a very pragmatic and very good commander.
Very pragmatic, practical.
Yeah. You also know that because he's willing to lead from the front, most of his guards are who have served with him are loyal.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
They're
share
generally
that with
paid
Cadeyrn?
fairly well. Yeah, she'd share that they're paid,
Um,
fairly good wages, better than a lot of guard positions in the county,
But-
for the purposes of rivalry.
Okay, so they're paid
Loyalty.
enough not to be bribed, but are they paid enough to refuse tail?
It's just a different type of bribery.
I'm just saying, they might have left of their own volition, of their own free will, while still in uniform, because someone offered them a good time.
Possible, theoretically.
And
We
I'll
did have a
assume-
Brooks attack on the castle quite recently, so everyone would have been briefed on the dangers of such, but some people are idiots. You can't.
Would you really believe there was an evil vampire creature? Let me rephrase that. Would you believe there was an evil woman-looking vampire creature in the castle in addition to Filiberta? Or was it just the embellishment of, the tale of you murdering Filiberta in cold blood? Like, what do you think the guards would believe? That the Bruxa actually existed? Or that it's just a way to say that Filiberta was an evil vampire witch?
Seeing as how Eleanor has quite obvious wounds from said attack, and that was before we fought Filiberta, that the Brooks would be more believable, just knowing the history of the castle. Also, if they were newer, within the past 2-3 years, that might be a slightly
were
different
off.
story. But well, they would have heard about it. And also, there is a body for Filiberta, so not a Brooks. Yeah, the body for Brooks too, but they look quite different once dead. But Filiberta did have those wards to obscure Witcher senses.
Okay, let's entertain the thought that it was a pair of sexy brochet twins.
Mm-hmm. I was just going to suggest that perhaps there was more than one Brooks working with or under Filiberta, but that one of them got out while they could.
Well, would make sense
Once
after
the bolt was dropped.
Yeah.
And Filiberta dead.
If my sibling was to be murdered by someone as dashing as I am, I mean, I too would make a break for it.
Right. That is
Sort of
Yes.
what happened.
well. We can assume that is what happened.
We can assume we were both there. You saw me fling fire at the vampire.
Yes, but we don't know that there was a Brooks sibling. We do know that you helped murder the Brooksa that was in the castle. We just don't know how many there were, or if one was in the town at the time and the castle, or how many. There could be 7 of them. I don't know. The board made things difficult. Perhaps we should investigate the town to see if there is anything of that nature set up here. Let's follow these tracks.
After you, Master Witcher.
Follows where the Bruxa and the booted footprints go.
Could you roll me
Irritated.
wilderness survival?
Yes, I can.
I think-
But
While
I'm
you roll, if
I'm going
No,
to give
finish,
you a
finish.
-2 penalty to continue because this is now city tracking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. So 18.
You can follow them pretty good for a while.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to be you seem to find them moving around through the town pretty easily, sticking mostly to the back streets, but occasionally crossing like the main.
Which is interesting when at least one of them is drenched in blood. It has to be drenched in blood.
They
That attack.
they seem to definitely be they seem to be able to move quickly and quietly through the back streets.
Mm-hmm.
You do end up losing them after
Mhm.
about an hour, just at like one of the major intersections, and it, you know, they could have gone out of town, and it's one of those.
Mm-hmm.
There are just too many roadways.
Are there any like vendor stalls on the intersection?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Okay.
It's a inner, you know, it's like where the east-west road and the north-south road down from
Mhm.
the castle intersect, and there's just, you know, it's not quite the city center, but it's enough just traffic that you end up losing them.
What about just businesses? Like if it's an intersection, is there like a tavern or an inn?
There is an inn that you are very familiar with, and in a sense that this is a particular location that has never, that you have warned the boys that if you ever, you know, if they ever get, you know, it's one of those, you know, one of those parent conversations like, I know you're going to drink it as a teenager, and I would rather have you call me when you're drunk than get behind the wheel of a car or get behind in somebody else's car. And you're like,
Don't ride on your horse drunk home. That's how you fall off and die. That's how you snap your neck.
Or you snap your neck. And it's one of those, I'm willing to pick you up from anywhere. But if I have to come pick you up from here, we're going to have conversation about the quality of drinking that you're doing and who you're hanging out with. You know, that kind of conversation. It's like,
Gotcha.
I will still
Yeah.
get you, but I will
But we
judge
might.
you.
We're gonna have words. There's
Yeah.
gonna be questions.
Mm-hmm.
There's gonna be questions, and I'm not gonna be afraid to interrogate people there to verify your answers. Yeah.
Exactly. It has a slight ill repute, but it's the bigger problem is that it's not. You know that the staff there is willing to embrace the ill repute by not paying attention.
Yeah. Cool. I mentioned they'd also be willing to pay some attention if coins happen to find their way into their hands.
Yep.
Yeah. Great. So we're gonna go into this inn because you know there's windows. People walk by. People come in and out. And she's gonna ask around for the, you know, someone who looks like a little bit of a chatty Cathy, you know, like someone who looks like they maybe want to have a conversation. Although she is the known witcher of the area, striding in, real confident, like. So,
You open the door.
various levels of willing.
You open the door to raucous day drinking.
Mm-hmm.
It's that scene in every great movie where the minute as you walk in the door, like a bottle just goes by your head and shatters against the wall next to you as you open the door. Then there's somebody shouting about, you know, cards, and it's Cadeyrn. It's a great low-class dive bar.
Mm.
Yep.
And
Perhaps someone here has seen 6 people with similar boots or in uniform with a hot lady.
where do you go? You're just
Probably up to the bar, like an empty space in the bar. Whether that empty space makes it that way when she approaches the bar is another question, but she's walking towards the bar.
Look, roll me intimidation. Cadeyrn, are you helping this intimidation, or are you just...
You know what? I will subtly help this intimidation. Ah, shit, I can't using that. You need 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's the one downside of that spell.
Yeah. No, I will You know what? I'm gonna walk up to the bar
Mm-hmm.
and just lean against it
Mm-hmm.
and watch.
Right.
Cool.
I've never
Intimidation.
seen Brenna do her Witcher stuff.
Do her Witcher stuff. No.
I mean, you did. You watched her murder the fuck out of.
Murdering a
monsters and Witcher stuff,
1%er
yeah.
is not.
And a Bruxa.
And the Brooks. Well.
Oh yeah, well,
technically
but I
Cadeyrn
saw
killed the Brooks.
no, but I saw the fighting part.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at the like legwork part.
Okay.
He's not charming. That's that's the vibe you get. Is not charming. She might be hot, but she's not charming. She's like the scary hot.
So go ahead and roll me that intimidation.
Yeah. 21.
I mean, as you're walking in,
It's the as soon as she opens the door, like she'll like walk around in here, walks in the door, and she takes on a different stride.
yeah, and as you do, you see the bottle clash against you, and you just follow the line. The camera follows the line back to the bar, and that one Weasley-eyed, scruffy-looking drunk who's like, I have better survival instincts than this, and he literally scurries across the floor and out of the way to kind of leave a space for you at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the other people in here just kind of look around, shake their head, and go back to what they were doing. The bartender is already like pulling a glass out
Uh-huh.
to set in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's
She's
kind
got
of
the eye patch on full display, like, because her hair was down when she went to the medicine things. So she doesn't put it all the way up, but I think it's just braided in a long, just braid down the back of her cloak, and the cloak's pulled around her to make her seem a little bit darker. But with the sword glints, it's very visible in the lighting of the tavern. Strides up to the bar, and just leans it and puts the hands on the glass. That's the strongest thing you have, of course.
He's already smirking and bringing out the bottle of vodka. He's a large, very built man who probably in his prime was a lot more muscle, but is, he's been a bartender for...
Bartender, backup bouncer maybe, but not...
Yeah. But he's also like, and he just looks at you and goes, what can we do for the lady of the house?
Oh yeah, because they would have heard about the wedding too.
I mean, that was real public, y'all. You're in the castle town.
That was it's right there. Yeah, they probably heard celebration stuff happening.
I'm sorry, all the outsiders
Yes,
come in.
they saw like one wedding stop, and then the next wedding immediately happened a week later. Yeah, but I was just wondering if anyone around here has seen a group of 6 men, most likely men, with one very attractive lady that's traveling around parts of town in the past day.
He kind of looks at you and evaluating, and then side glances at Cadeyrn, where he's leaning on the bar. He's like, "Can I get your friend something, my lady?"
Thinks about it and is like, her brain is going, do I fuck with Cadeyrn or not? Yeah, it's the strongest for him as well.
And he'll pull another bottle of rat gut vodka, and stuck it on the table on the bar in front
She
of
wants to see what
Cadeyrn.
Vishard does with this.
You mean Cadeyrn?
Potent. Yes, that's what I meant. Cadeyrn does with this very potent, shot of potent liquor with no chasers. Just
Rat gut.
How does it smell? What does it smell like?
It smells like rat gut.
it's
It's like a step
Pretty.
up from kerosene.
I'm gonna
Barely.
burn some stamina for fun. Okay, so Cadeyrn will look at a spell 2 seconds because. All right, so how big is the shot of chaser?
It's
a shot.
It's a little bit more than a shot,
Okay,
It's probably a double, but it's a shot at this bar.
Yeah.
he's going to and this will purely be via the illusion spell. So with one hand behind my back, like I'm going to cast and mutter the incantation. Dip my finger in the glass, and when it comes out, it's just the bone. And
Roll. You need to roll for this one. Roll the spell casting.
absolutely.
Because I just want to know what happens if you fumble.
Yeah.
Yes,
I want to see if he takes the shot or if he
I rolled a 5.
wussies out.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm gonna take the shot anyway. Yeah, because that would be a 20.
And also, knowing, Cadeyrn's alcohol tolerance might be valuable for reasons.
No, it's just that's it. Like I
You
put
know
it
Ardzo's.
in, put it back up, and I looked at the barkeep still with like a skeletal figure before the spell phases out. House specialty?
If you wanted the special, I could have gotten you that.
Well, I just looked
And
at
he
the state of
reaches-
your establishment and figured this is the best that you could muster. And he'll down the shot.
Could you roll me endurance, please?
Yes. Okay, so I have a plus 13. And just because I'm a little bit of an asshole right now, I'm going to burn 2 points of luck to have a plus 15. And I rolled an 8. So a 23.
You feel it burn as it goes down, and you based on its smell, it burns as it goes down, and then there's this weird afterburn. That's
Oh,
like
yeah. I
but
felt
no,
that.
it's a little different. It's not that weird afterburn that you would expect from really shitty alcohol. Cadeyrn, you went to Bernard. You've had your share of really shitty alcohol.
Oh yeah, I've had like dorm moonshine.
Yeah, you've had dorm moonshine made by the alchemy majors. Trust
Oh,
me.
God. Yeah.
You do not want to know where that thing has been.
I
Oh,
mean,
What it's made of.
oh, one of the thing that they use to ferment it is like 3-week-old underwear.
Yeah, exactly. It's just creepy. Do not ask. But you know that double burn effect that you would expect with this kind of like rot gut, as it kind of like when you picked it up, you felt it burn your nose hairs. But this time you have this feeling of burning sensation as it goes down your throat, and then almost an immediate, like, cooling burning sensation.
Oh, so it's Rumpelmans.
Sort of, but it's
Yeah.
not. But it's
But not mint flavored.
but it's think of it more like like Tiger Balm or Icy Hot.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, liquid
And-
icy hot. Yum.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Brenna, when you drink it, it's just normal rot gut. It burns on the way down and you're done.
Mm-hmm.
So the cooling effect only happens to Cadeyrn.
Interesting. Yeah. Boop.
But the bartender just kind of nods and smiles at you both. 6 men, 1 woman.
Mm-hmm.
Not since the Deschalons left.
Why don't you get me some of the house special and elaborate a bit for me? And puts down definitely more than the drinks are worth.
He'll reach underneath to like you see like the shift of the shoulder to go even lower, and pulls out a bottle of really nice brandy.
Mm-hmm.
Because there might be, some very nice profiteering smuggling going on in the basement of this bar that you and Gavril are very aware
Are
of.
both aware of. Yeah. We're like,
And we're willing to
as long as we know
allow-
what black market things are happening,
Yeah, and
a step above a lot of places.
and they don't
It's just booze.
it's mostly booze. It's not like they're trying to smuggle out, arms or but they
Mhm.
have been, the bar has been, it's one of those, we don't bother you about this, and if we come to you with something
Mm-hmm.
actually important, you know, or if you see something actually important, you know, you'll let us know, kind of. Because sometimes you need to have those friends at a dive bar, right?
Exactly.
He will pour you a couple of glasses of the very nice brandy, Cadeyrn. It's really nice. It's almost good enough for you, for, like, Javik to have bought. But he will just kind of wait for you to ask questions.
So the Deschalons, was it a personal guard entourage?
Entourage? Guard? The lady never went anywhere with less than 6.
Describe the lady for me. I did not have the pleasure of meeting her in person.
There's a look he gives you, like,
Yeah, it's a very much a sarcasm. There's a tone of sarcasm in there.
30, maybe. Pretty, still. Pale, dark eyes, dark hair. Wore red. Curly, long. Not as pretty as the bards, but... And she always looked down her nose. Like something smelled bad.
Do I know if Brooks can move around in the daytime, like daylight, or if they're just okay? They can. Cool.
Yep.
Just making sure, because that'd be a dead giveaway if she was only seen after dark.
They can. It's just not.
Mm-hmm. What did the guards' uniforms look like?
Livery. Standards.
Livery.
The seal on the chest kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. How often did they move about the city? You would think with her wedding coming up that she would hardly have a chance to walk around. This one was up in the air.
They were doing some finalizations, arranging delivery of dowry gifts.
Mm-hmm. Which I don't think those ever made it to the castle, did they?
Not as far as you're aware.
Yep. All right. Cool. That was
And her
staying
entirely
in town.
party just didn't stay. They all stayed in town all weirdly.
So weird. Yeah.
So weird.
She, maybe 2, twice, 3 times we saw her.
Mm-hmm.
Never came in here.
She couldn't look down her nose far enough. She bumped into certain areas. She break her neck. Trouble. But do you know where they were staying in town? Rumors about them?
It's the, mayor's house. They appropriated.
Interesting.
Lady. And he kind of spits as he says it. Philibert.
I nod approvingly, like, mm-hmm.
Said that was what they were to do.
How may I feel about that?
He got paid.
Right.
Stayed at it. But, and he'll kind of lean forward just a little. He had to stay at his mother-in-law's.
Mm-hmm. I see. That must have been terribly tragic for our dear mayor.
I hear he spent a lot of time at the castle conversing with the count about business.
Right. Well. You see such a group or entourage, whether it be the Deschalons or not, 6 men and a woman. Make note of it. Send word.
He'll nod. And then pick up the bottle as if to refill your drinks.
I think we need to go have some words with the mayor, possibly. Or at least through his house. Perhaps they lack evidence of... And then, more money on the table. Does the slide over so that people can't see how much money is on the table? Just like
he'll do the pick up the bar cloth and start wiping down.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations on your nuptials again.
Thank you.
And he'll kind of glance around and then lean forward just a second. There have been some desertions, I hear.
Leans back in. Yes, I've only been recently made aware. It's not quite typical, but with some...
A number have left town. I noticed because they didn't pay their bill.
We'll have to make sure that is corrected. You have the names of who deserted?
At that, he waves you off. Don't worry about them. And he smirks.
He's gonna get his tab settled one way or another. Yeah. Right.
But
If
he's
you were formally
kind of letting you
resigned.
know, he's sharing what he knows.
Yeah, a few have formally resigned, but some I think who may have just skipped town without giving proper resignation at all. Is that all? Well, I hate to think there's a dangerous monster on the loose, but it's a possibility, so I'm looking into it.
I will let interested parties know that you are working.
Yes. Tell them to avoid flocks of birds as well.
Like the crows at the keep. He just nods. So then this leads to the question, is there anything else you would like from your very friendly, nameless bartender, who is intentionally nameless to you, by the way?
Yes. Oh, yes. I think Brenna's okay. She got info about the people where they were staying. Hasn't seen anyone since that day. And these people were playing it pretty back alley-esque. If they're sighted, she might hear about it. So I think she's good. Cadeyrn, should we investigate the mayor's house for possible... I know it's been a couple of weeks, but perhaps they left something in town and that is why they came back.
Yes. I mean, I will follow your lead, my lady.
Just leaves.
I'll turn to the barkeep right before leaving. Do you have one of those bottles of that foul concoction you gave me?
He laughs and hands you another one.
Good. I need to... I'll grab the bottle as I say that. I need to sterilize some of my ritual components. How much do I owe you for paint thinner?
He just smiles. Says, the tab was taken care of.
I'll still throw 2 crowns at him. Put them on the bar top. Yes, but I like the tip for good service. Or something. I don't know. Courtesy. Whatever.
Are
you know what?
With the bartender?
Keep the change. Absolutely not.
Cool.
I just want to make sure he doesn't try to kill me for all the sarcasm I threw at him.
Nope.
Because after all, as a mage, I am also sort of
You're no squish.
not squish. It's just I am aware of witch burnings.
I mean, they're not that bad at this point.
I wouldn't be. Yeah, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, they only
like
burn a
to
little.
be-
They're not that bad. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not
I
like
don't-
the Church of the Eternal Fire is massacring
a
people.
thing
through...
yet. Yeah, no. But like, they could probably try to see if I weigh more than a duck for insulting their favorite barkeep. I'd
You
rather not
floated.
that happen.
You know, floating is a thing. Dunking
Yeah.
in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you throw the coins on, the bartender will lean over and smile at you, and it's not. It's shifted from like waitstaff smile to like actually friendly smile. He goes,
That's what I was looking for.
You're not that bad. We should play cards.
Oh, you would hate that.
No, I'd love to watch you take a bunch of these other fuckers' monies.
Maybe some other time.
We'll talk.
Cadeyrn.
Yes, I left my Gwent deck in Cadeyrn, so I'll need to go and grab it. But
Why
I'm
are we
coming,
playing
love.
Gwent? We're playing dice poker.
Yes, the superior game.
I mean, I forgot my collectible dice
I'm
set.
down for some dice poker. Let's go.
Sorry, it was too easy.
Get some Yahtzee up in this bitch.
As you leave and make your way out into town, are you going to the mayor's house now?
To be polite as the new lady, and since she lost the trail, as long as the tracks weren't headed towards the mayor's house,
No, it's with the
She'll
where
put
you
in
were
a
going. The way,
request.
yeah, the way that they could have gone, you're pretty sure it's one of the 4 ways out of town, but
Out of
not
town. Yeah.
not continuing in town kind of thing. You're just not sure what direction they took to get out of town.
Yeah, and
So-
so with that, it'll be, I'll submit a formal request to the mayor so he feels a little better about it, and that way she can be as nosy as she wants, and Gabriel won't have to hear anything about it. So back to the castle, but so she'll dismiss the guards to go ahead, whatever. She probably actually already dismissed them after they led her to the scene of the crime.
So
The two that were, it's just the 2 of us going back to the castle.
very true. So as you the 2 of you get back to the castle, you would
Right.
see Ianto as you're kind of when you're end of your walk at this point. You know, Cadeyrn dismounting in the courtyard, you and Ianto have that moment where your eyes meet across a distant space. But I don't feel like there's flirting going on.
Between Cadeyrn and Ianto? No.
Wait, sorry, I zoned out for a second. Why are we together? Why are we in a bathtub?
We were just naked. It was a bath. It was a whole thing. There was just like the whole.
No,
How
round
long
of
did
that
you
things.
zone out for?
That happened to Rex at the end of Mechton.
No, where are we?
No, as you're
Like,
coming back into the castle instead of going to the mayor's house.
So if you
'cause
want any last words with Brenna, we're alone while we're riding back up to the castle.
Why are we going back to the castle, Brenna? Sorry,
Yeah.
Countess von Brenna
You can just
Schmidt.
call me just call me Brenna. Fine. I figure they've already left town. in order to curry good favor and perhaps ask more questions favorably with the mayor. I'll submit a formal request and investigate that this afternoon.
But aren't you afraid that by stating out loud in town, where the mayor probably is eyes and ears, that you were going to his place and now that we're not, like, aren't you afraid he's going to burn or get rid somehow of...
Oh no, he was staying with his mother-in-law. I don't think he knows anything. The mayor is figurehead here locally.
He's a what? Sorry?
Figurehead?
Oh, yes. Oh, they tie it to a ship. They tie him to a ship.
It's an expression of speech.
No.
I
I know. I was being hilarious.
So entertaining. Just
God.
hilarious. Not as entertaining as my brother.
Which
Your
one?
brother is entertaining in.
Okay, I'm sorry.
In a.
Not Javik.
No, Javik's not your.
Javik is my brother, but my other brother.
I thought Ianto was your brother.
Yes, Vera, they're both
And Javik's your brother.
half-brothers. They're both half-brothers.
Ah, I see what it is. You were playing the royal game before you became a noble, keeping it all in the family.
Javik and I have the same father. Ianto and I have the same mother.
Your family tree is like
Ianto and Javik were a thing
bush.
before I met either of them. So that was interest. That was
But do they?
that was a day.
Did they know about each other?
No.
Oh, is that what broke them apart?
No.
Oh. Because I really don't understand why Javik left your brother.
What? No, that's the other way around. Ianto is running. He's trying to run as far away as he can because he can't confront his problems, because he has low self-esteem.
Wow, you have a way of speaking about your brother who probably risked his life.
Cares
for
about
you.
me a lot, and he's gotten stabbed in the face too many times.
And that's how you repay him? Bad mouthing him to the first stranger you meet?
It's you. I'm sorry. I'm an honest individual most of the time. I cannot lie. I could not say, "Oh yes, Ianto, so
You could not lie.
full of himself." I could, but it would not be convincing.
Oh, okay. You're just
At
bad
all.
at it. No, I thought it was some
Terrible.
sort of mutation thing.
No, that is it. Just I'm just terrible at it. It is not my forte. That is his forte. I thought it'd just be better to just frankly lay out the problems, seeing as how you seemed interested in the development.
You know, there was something I meant to ask you, Brenna.
Oh?
Something we spoke about during the session 0, and I have completely forgotten because I didn't note it down because Deirdre did.
Give you a hint.
Is it something that's on the post-it? It should be on the post-it. Oh, yes. Why 28 times, Brenna?
And she knows exactly what you're talking about, because you bet anything that she counted. She's like, "Oh, I should almost near 30. I should probably stop." It's probably when that kicked in. She said, it was 28 times with and then she remembers she just said she was terrible at lying and knows it. And it's like, with Filiberto?
No, with the training dummy in the courtyard.
That training dummy. We've been through many training dummies. They've been stabbed innumerable times.
Filiberto. This was not Witcher work. This was crime of passion work. And I've read enough crime novels to know what a crime of passion is.
Oh, really? What kind of crime novels were you reading? There's some very raunchy ones.
Oh, well, they're about a vicar.
There's one called
doctor.
Crime of Passion, to be specific.
Heard of that one, never read it. But to get back to the matter at hand, that being that you,
it was Witcher work adjacent. She was making wards that inhibited Witcher abilities, obscuring brooks as that, and she threw a fireball at us.
And you could have ended all in one clean swipe of your sword.
3 or 4.
And you know, to stab someone with a sword, I mean, I point to the sword like on my horse.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not inept at fencing. I know how much strength you need to stab repeatedly someone with a 3-foot-long blade. It takes a while, and during that time, you kind of have time to realize that you're just mutilating a dead body. Why?
Close the horses down just a little bit. Imagine we're between the castle and the castle town at this point. I'm going to continue being honest with you, Cadeyrn. I didn't like Filiberta. Before I even met her, I didn't like her particularly much.
All right.
And
I don't need any more, really.
Well, it might be good to have someone else know. I haven't told Ianto, Javik, or Ardzo, but I have a bit of a temper. You might say I have Witchers aren't really supposed to kill humans, but I definitely did not adhere to that when I was younger. And it got me into a bit of trouble.
Look, she was clearly a problem. Not going to go so far as to say she was a monster. I barely knew her. But I trust your weird mutated judgment.
Sometimes everything just goes round and I need to stab something and I feel really angry about it until I stab it enough times.
Just let me know if you're ever angry at me. I will teleport the courier. I would know?
You would know.
Okay. Are you angry now?
No.
Okay, great.
Little embarrassed maybe, but not angry.
Oh, okay. How about now?
I'm not starting to get annoyed, but not angry.
And I think this is all I'm going to say until we get to the castle.
Ianto, as you kind of make eye contact across the courtyard as they're dismounting.
Brenna looks very annoyed.
Brenna looks annoyed, but there has to be this level of amusement in that annoyance.
There's a little bit of amusement and a little bit of like embarrassment and like.
But it has to be that level of.
If she hadn't just made that confession, she'd be real close to stabbing somebody right about now. But because of that whole like conversation and the and she did make him drink basically ethanol moonshine. There's slight amusement, but definitely it looks a lot like when Ianto was starting to talk with Brenna, and she looked slightly amused but barely annoyed a lot of the time.
When Ianto sees them, he sort of makes his way across the courtyard towards the two of them. He goes, "Oh, I say, Countess."
Yes. But she forgot the name that you're using for the moment, and so she just says hello.
Congratulations on your nuptials. You've not been so visible. I was wondering if I might be able to pay you my respects and my compliments, out of Lyria for your wedding.
Yes, I'm sure you're very enthused on behalf of Illyria.
Oh, I'm not that important, Lyria. I'm just a baronet. Would you do me the honor of walking with me, milady?
Certainly. Just slides off. I imagine we're next to the stables. Confidant, you know where to go. Just pats him on the haunch, and it just lets the reins flop on him, and he'll just walk into the stable.
I'll get off of mine and just try to shoo it.
Like lead it by the reins after Confidant, because they'll follow Confidant.
Yeah. And I'll sort of put out my arm so that the Countess can take it as we promenade.
So, the Countess, Brenna and Ianto are promenading. What is Cadeyrn going to do?
Am I invited?
Yes.
Can I? Oh, nice. And I will slip my arm under Ianto's other free arm.
Oh.
Oh, hey, brother.
She's passing off some of the annoyance. It's amusing her more. She feels better already.
Yeah. Well,
Where shall we promenade to? Did you have a place in mind?
No, we can
Baronet.
just promenade right here. It's fine. I just wanted to give you my respect and my
Thank you.
goodwill.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Well, my fiance and I shall be leaving soon, as I see that the festivities are winding down. I just wanted to thank you for inviting us.
Unfortunately.
Well, I wanted to thank you for inviting us to your lovely home, and all that sort of business that happened was so sort of unfortunate. But I'm glad that everything is doing well. Well, I shall leave you to it.
Oh, before you go, I have just a bit of news for you. There might be a Bruxa in town. The Bruxa may or may not be involved in the Dichelon family. Based on the size of the entourage that was accompanying said Bruxa.
Well, that seems quite awful.
Yes, so be very wary on your journeys back. It looks like they have left town. Also, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you about some jewelry of mine.
Oh, well, I...
Your fiancé told me you're wonderful with such matters.
Yes. Well, I would like to say that as a fancy noble, and he just sort of looks over at Cadeyrn, just like it's like a little brief eye moment. So I know all about sorts of fancy things. I'd be happy to.
So I will get said jewelry ready. I'll leave you to
No.
convene. And you can meet up with me later. I need to get out of my Witcher garb.
Is that another euphemism?
Maybe. And then depends on where the count is. And then
Ianto.
just goes upstairs.
And he looks at you, he's like, "I'm sorry, I don't know who you're talking to." And like the Otto's just like, oh.
There's literally no one there at this point.
Does not care.
I know. No, I'm
Always-
just letting you know that
Yeah.
when you look around, there's no
And
one.
Brenna does nothing. It's like, we'll talk later. I need to get.
Oh, right. I'm sorry, sir. What was your name again? I think I don't remember from all
Lord
the.
Bitonus Pard, Baronet.
Witcher hearing picks that up, and I hurry up the stairs.
Lord Bitonus.
Yes,
my
so
lord.
Lord Cadeyrn.
Please don't. The wedding is over.
No, but we're still in the castle, of course. Did you need
Oh.
something?
Your family's castle, perhaps.
Not mine. No. What did you need?
Perhaps a second of your time.
Of course.
We barely interacted during the wedding, and from what
Indeed.
was led to believe you are a person of interest.
I don't find myself all that interesting at all. No, I find it, that's such a strange way of putting it. You seem to have been quite busy.
Oh, yes. I've done quite a lot in the last week, actually, more than I've done in a good season or so.
I imagine so. I should say, I wanted to say that as a guest of this wedding, it's much appreciated all the sort of heroics that you have engaged in, keeping the ladies safe and all that.
I have sure call them heroics. Do you think that would befit the title of bold?
Well,
Because honestly, all I did was set a woman on fire.
well, I don't know quite about that. I think that it was sort of some sort of undead beast, or not really undead, sort of conjunct, sort of
Vampire, they
yes,
call
that's what
themselves.
they call it.
but-
Brooks,
but-
yes, quite dangerous, you know. Yes, I mean, really, you saved my life. I almost died.
I think I'm gonna blurt out. He would have never forgive me if I did.
What, if you killed me? Or
No,
if you...
if I let you die, but
you know, congratulations and all that.
thank you.
Yes, well, you know, it's good to see him happy, and I'm glad that
What
someone, you know,
Oh, by the gods, the wedding is over. Sir, Lord Clarinet, whatever.
No,
This is a. He is
You know,
miserable.
listen-
Your brother, sorry.
you know, listen.
I am not good at this.
You know, listen to me. I don't think you need to explain any further. I've heard all sorts of things, and I'm glad to hear that you are just so full of endurance.
My lord.
Yes.
We are not fucking.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. There's no need to sort of spare my feelings.
I am not trying to spare.
You're speaking quite
anything.
loudly. You're speaking quite loudly in the courtyard. You know, I find that quite
right.
uncomfortable.
Right, I'm
Quite
sorry.
uncomfortable. Yes.
I'm
You know,
just gonna
a
turn
little bit.
around and shout, "We're not fucking."
Oh, well, you know, this is not subtle behavior. Not
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
When you turn around, Cadeyrn, can you roll me awareness, please?
I mean, it could be just like me rebuffing your advances.
It could be.
That's
are
all
lots
there
of
is
things
to
that-
it.
There are lots of ways that this could go.
Lots of implications
Oh,
to
it's
that yell, and I love it.
All right, 11, 21.
The only person you see when you shout this, leaning on the rail, watching the two of you, is Eleanor, and she's got a shit-eating grin on her face.
It's no good at all.
Oh, hey, cousin. How goes the bleeding?
Liz, you know, sometimes you cannot have a conversation at all, can you, Cadeyrn?
Good. We were trying to have one. Mind not spying on us?
You know, if we were not in a courtyard, it'd be much more difficult for someone to spy.
You're
know.
right. You and I, Mike Waters.
Oh, no. You mean you're in Jarvik's quarters. I feel like that
We're
might
not
be a
fucking.
bad
Come
idea.
to my room.
Feels like
Well, I don't really know of any other places in this castle where two
I
people
do.
can have a. Good. Can you bring me to whatever private?
So, Lord Cadeyrn, let me tell you about
Not
my
a lord.
fiance. Well, you're a mage. It's basically the same thing. So,
At that, Eleanor has started laughing loudly. and leans further over the railing and just does one of these where she puts her hand on her side of her head and just watches. She's like, oh shit, I've been feeling like crap, but this is entertaining. She shouts down, thank you, Kesla.
So, Lord Mage, come. If we must, let us go to some place. We should probably talk about business and some such. I mean, as a baronet, I have a lot to sort of think about when it comes to grain. And he starts leading you into the castle.
Yes, please tell me about your grain.
Well, it's really about what I think we talk about grains. And there's this sort of and it's clear that because he's done a lot of talking to merchants, and so he can give you a good patter about grain prices and how they've changed, and it's very boring. And if anyone were listening, I'm sure they would find it tedious until he can get you into his quarters.
Unless they're super into grain merchanting.
In which case,
There's this one annoying grain fan.
It's like, oh, what kind of grain? And I was like,
Ooh, my province, all they do is grain.
So he takes you into his quarters. Is like, all right.
Quaint.
Yes.
Right. Do you keep the charade up, or listen? Brenna told me everything. I find it weird, but I understand.
I don't know what she told you. Whatever it was, I'm sure it was not interesting. So, I'm going to tell you something right now. And Ianto steps closer, just like 2 inches within your personal space.
Like shivving distance close.
Oh, certainly. I respect your position, and I know that I don't need to say this at all, because it's probably not necessary. But if you hurt him, I will be, well, don't. It wouldn't be in your best interest.
I'm afraid you are about 4 decades too late for that.
Well, you've certainly rekindled your past, which I'm not upset about. I understand that you all have some sort of history, and it's good that he has something good in his life, something stable.
Can I? My words seem to not reach you as I would like.
I have seen the room that you stay in. I've seen that no one was sleeping on the couch, and I know quite well that you two were fucking all Thursday, I think it was. Entire day. It's the talk of the entire keep. And as you made quite clear at the banquet, you two are very, very intertwined, which, good on him.
For someone who spends apparently their entire lives devising fake identities.
Who told you that, my friend?
I said apparently because
Brenna.
Well, I know of 2 people. I know of Lord Clarinet, and I know of
Bytonus,
Lord Baronet. And I know of Ianto the brotherfucker.
Oh, wow. So you're quite lucky that I don't tend to murder people when there are witnesses that have seen us together. So that's quite lucky on you.
That was probably poorly explained on my part.
Yes.
I'm just slightly tipsy. Listen, my lord. And I'll just wave a hand in the air, and in glittering gold letter, I want it to be written, he is still into you.
I was a ploy to make you jealous. And it seems to have worked.
Does that?
But
No.
I'm not into him.
Then I don't care. This was all some sort of convoluted machinations on his part to spite you or something, because apparently...
Excuse me? Please stop speaking. He would never do that. That's not the kind of man he is. And I would kindly ask you not to besmirch his honor. I don't like that sort of a thing.
Okay.
You cannot speak respectfully of him. You'll keep his name out of your mouth. Do you understand?
I do. I do. I am over the guy. We're good friends. That is all. And last Thursday, I went to see a freaking dragon. That's what I did. He gave me books. I have proof. I have tangible, material proof that I spent the day buddying up with a mythical creature that no one in this land is going to ever believe me for it.
No, I've seen him. I know who you're talking about, probably.
Wait, that you believe, but not anything else?
Listen, friend, since you speak so often with Javik, you're going to do me a favor. The next time you speak with him, you're going to tell him that I was not jealous at all, that I don't care, I have no feelings, and that I'm not very nice, and that he should get over me.
I teleport to
isn't.
Javik.
I was gonna say that feels like an insight check. I totally don't have feelings for him anymore.
Okay, first of all, I need you to roll. I need you
Yeah.
to roll for, because you're basically blind jumping. You don't know where Javik is. So
Yeah, I'm gonna try
I went to find Javik.
You
I said I
did.
was gonna get ready, but I was going to find Javik. So
what I want to do is just appear in his face, tell him exactly what Ianto just told me, teleport
away.
back to Ianto and say that it's done. And if he has a message, I'll relay it.
Yeah. Okay, so roll spellcasting.
Okay, that's a 2 for the first one. So
Javik, it's good to see
plus-
you, brother. How you doing? Okay, look at this story.
spellcasting plus 15. So 17 for the
You're
first.
fine. Because it's a blind jump, you have a DC of 16.
Okay. And then 22 for coming back.
Okay, so when you tell Javik this, you do not need
Yes.
an insight check. His face goes white. He doesn't say anything. He drops his mouth a little bit.
And then lies a lot, so. Am I there during this message reclaim?
I would
Because I would
say
go
if
find
you
him.
came to see him,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Oh, hi, Brenna.
Oh, hello.
There's this moment of the two they're in. He's in like the side room, not the bedroom that you guys were staying in, but like a little side sitting room afterwards. And he's seated, and there's a book in front of him. There's a glass next to him. Brenna has just come in. You appear. There's this moment of this craziness that happens. He is stunned silent. And he just kind of tilts his head, and Brenna, you feel your medallion go off. Cadeyrn, you feel Javik passively doing telepathy on you. And he puts the book down and stands up, and he teleports to Ianto.
Oh,
no!
I follow.
I'm just going to wait here, I guess. Then.
Ianto, I told them what. Oh,
Because what happens is the minute Javik appears, where Ianto... Do we still have a trooper? Looks like he froze.
Maybe not. He's so shocked. He's frozen.
I don't want to say it yet,
Yeah.
but
No, it's so Brenna's just sitting there in the room alone. Now, like, Javik, nice to see you. Da, 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 I wouldn't, blah, blah. Oh, Cadeyrn pops in, says that, goes white, teleports. Cadeyrn, oh, hi, Brenna. And then Cadeyrn follows, and Brenna's like, well, all right, I guess I'll just wait here then.
You do
Pick up my
see...
feet, maybe look around the room. See if he was penning a love letter to Ianto or whatever.
Yeah. As you look around the room... Oh, we lost Trooper.
No! We lost him.
uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm gonna fix things so that people can be
We
seen,
lost Troop again.
but we'll kind of keep that for right now, because you can see everybody, right? Even if their people are not in the right places, you can see everybody on the screen. And we're gonna wrap up with this little moment. As we'll come back to what
Be a
happens
fun,
with the...
fun place to pick up from next week.
We'll pick up next week with the teleporting lovebird fight drama. Brenna, can you roll me awareness?
Ooh, I would love to. Let's use the pretty purple and blue dice. That sounds like a good awareness die. Ooh. 15 plus 8, 23?
Your medallion is vibrating.
Mm-hmm.
And
they've already teleported.
And they've already teleported.
Look around, I'm playing hot or colder game. Looking around for magic.
I mean, I did come
monsters.
in saying that I had a message from Ianto.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no. So
But now I'm in your room and my medallion's going
Oh.
off, which means there's
Oh,
creature
sorry.
or magic in this room after you guys have teleported away. So
there's... As you do so, you look around and the medallion flashes, and in that next to that table that Javik had been seating at with that glass with a drink next to him, there's just a small flash of light, very faint, almost enough that you could discount it and think of it as, the light moving through the glass of the window, hitting the glass of the, drink that he had. But with the medallion going off, it draws your attention.
and I'm guessing my brooch is going off too.
Yes. But the brooch has always been slightly less than the
Yeah.
medallion.
Well, unless there's something crazy going on and like dragon or something.
And as you look...
Yeah, go walk over, look at it.
A envelope, parchment, heavy, fancy gold and black dual inked calligraphy stylized on the front, very ornate, kind of appears on the table next to where Javik was sitting.
Oh, just teleports into existence, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Doesn't say who it's from.
Do you pick it up?
I'll look at it first.
It's a sealed envelope. And what languages do you speak?
Oh, she speaks all. She's various levels of fluent, but she speaks all three.
It is in Elder Speech.
Oh, that's her best one. Yeah, she's that's
And it's
her native tongue.
addressed to Javik
Mm-hmm.
in Elder Speech, but it's his full, complete name with all of his titles.
Shit, that's fancy. Is
And
there a
it doesn't address
from-
him as mage. It addresses him as
Lord?
prince.
Prince Javik? Oh boy.
Because remember, technically,
Technically, he's a prince. Yeah. Oh, she's aware. Which is one of the reasons she wanted to talk to him. Because he publicly was like, "Yes, this is my half sister." Right around the wedding time, and he was the one who walked her down the aisle. So, yeah, there's gonna be maybe some things with that. Maybe, I don't know. Is there a from, like a to and from, or is it just addressed?
it's just addressed.
Okay, well, that teleported here. So she didn't want to touch it in case something bad happens. When it's like, oh, when the person who this is not addressed to touches it, it explodes. So she's had enough of things exploding, but she will definitely study it to memorize the calligraphy and like the features about it. Since she's alone in the room.
Can you roll me writing? What
Yeah,
is
the elder speech
it? Elder. No, not.
or
elder-
education.
education. Sorry, education.
Sure. Not my best, but not my worst. We're gonna use this. It's a shimmery die.
Because this is about memorizing the calligraphy styling and stuff, and seeing
18.
18. You would be
Mhm.
able to recognize it again if you ever saw it. You would
Okay.
you know how to describe it. You know the stylization, and you also can identify the fact that it's a double inked pen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
And did it have a seal on it? You said it was sealed. Like, is there a?
you
is
can't
it?
see it, but the way the thing is folded and the way it's
Gotcha, gotcha.
sitting, because you haven't
Mhm.
picked it up, you're 90% sure that there's a seal on the back.
Maybe she won't touch it with her hands. She'll just flick it over with a like a letter opener.
You're gonna flick it over with a letter opener.
Just gently, or like lift up the corner because it's sitting like that. Mhm.
Can you roll
It's
me
a bad
Witcher
idea.
training?
I know. Yeah. Witcher training. We're gonna use the Call of Cthulhu Horror the Orient Express die. Ooh, 8, 16, plus 8, 24.
The seal is magically sealed.
Mm-hmm.
The you know that it's the wax is that same black and gold double that's the same as the
Okay.
double calligraphy.
Yeah.
And as you look at it,
Mm-hmm.
you can't it doesn't look like there's an image in the seal,
Mm-hmm.
but you feel the magic in it,
Mm-hmm.
and you what was it, a
24.
24?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Actually, I rolled fairly well. I got an 8 plus 8 plus 8, so.
Huh,
You back!
the router
I-
had to be restarted. Something terrible happened. I don't even know what it was.
Okay.
We'll start with that. We're gonna pick up with you and the teleporting lovers.
We're gonna
Next
we're gonna
week.
pick
But I
up with
found
the
a letter.
teleporting love drama.
Your
next.
teleporting lover got a letter, and I'm being nosy about it.
Yeah, we're gonna pick that
Don't
up
worry
next
about
week. But as we see, as you look at this, I need you to roll a resist magic, please.
Oh
Yanto?
no! Oh,
No,
Resist
no, me.
magic?
Brenna.
Oh,
Me.
okay. Okay.
Me. Oh, we're gonna use the iridescent one. Oh no, the sparkly black with gold magic, because that's the color on the envelope. That'll either do me in or be really good. Oh, okay, that's a 10. Okay, 3, 13 plus 5 is 18 plus will, which is okay, so 13 plus 10 plus 5. 28. Mm-hmm.
You have 30 seconds to make a decision.
Oh.
You know that you will lose consciousness.
Oh. Oh no. Okay.
You know that you will lose consciousness in the next minute.
Cool.
You can. What would you like to do in that minute?
She can either pass out on the hallway or pass out on the bed here.
And you just watched everybody else teleport over
Teleport
to Ianto.
away. Yeah.
And you heard what Cadeyrn said about how Ianto wanted to have this dramatic breakup.
He already broke up with him dramatically multiple times. He said multiple times that he doesn't like him, that he's that he's like the worst.
Yeah, but passive mind reading, he knows that's all lies.
Ianto doesn't know that he has passive mind reading.
Yeah. I think not knowing how long Ianto and Javik and Cadeyrn are gonna be doing their thing, she's going to go pass out in the hallway, but she's going to pull off her glove that she wears and leave it on the table next to the envelope so Javik knows that she was here, like she still wants to talk, just as like a hopefully he figures this out and then hears about me passing out in the hallway. So yeah, glove off, rush to door, pass out in hallway.
And as the lady of the manor passes out artfully in just
yes,
in the hallway of her own manor, the camera pulls back. The two mages flash into existence, one a beat after the other, in the same room with Ianto. We see the doctors doing a slow forensic analysis of the body of the wounded form of Constantine. Matthias at the walls trying to maintain security. And Eleanor Delcroix has returned, is slowly making her way back to her rooms from where she was standing.
She's gonna be the one who finds me, because the rooms are right across the hall.
And it is the scene of Eleanor Delcroix running as she turns from the balcony and has made her way slowly, because she's still recovering, running full tilt, and does that, very artful, like, period drama, C-drama kind of thing, where she's, like, lifted her skirts and is kind of flowing behind her with all the layers of, like, sheer fabric, as she's very artfully still wearing, like, the qualified, basically the sheer dressing gown on top of, like, layers of things, and is running to check on Brenna and kind of kneeling at her side to catch her. And that's where we're going to pick up next week.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hi, all. Did we have fun for our first episode, season 2?
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Well, I'm glad. I cannot wait to see what the drama erupts with the teleporting, re-teleporting. Oh my god, we're doing this. Is it like argument? Can't wait to see.
Eleanor can't avoid me. And Eleanor can avoid me if I'm unconscious, and she catches me.
I mean, you'd fallen, and she had just come up across you, kind of thing. So she's doing the lifting you up and having her on.
Yeah. She can't ignore me now.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. But
Eleanor and Ianto have something
to drink my blood. It's gonna be fine. We're not worried about it.
That's a very interesting argument.
Why is she so cold?
I have ideas.
I wonder. So, I'm going to let you all go around, say where you can be found, all of the good things. I'll share some love about tonight, aside from the fact that it's just great to be back behind with all of you all. And also, I want to know what people think about Eleanor, because apparently that's a conversation starter right now. I want to know. I want to know.
What you're thinking? I was thinking one.
No, I wasn't. It was a different song.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll find out. So, why don't we start in reverse order? Hey, Lindy, how are you? Welcome back. It's nice to see you.
It's good to be back. I missed this with everybody. So much fun. Just got off to quite a start.
Oh,
Brenda's like, oh man, like a week into my honeymoon, there's fucking Bruxa running around town that may or may not have been part of the Shalon entourage. I had to explain some things. But really, I'm gonna file a thing with the mayor. Let me just talk to my brothers before they go. Oh no, I'm unconscious. Also, I can't lie, so I'm just gonna answer Cadeyrn honestly about everything because he already knows certain things, and why not? So
And he's very good at human perception.
yeah, and a peasant could tell when she's lying. Like she's bad at it.
Hey, whoa. Just because you're royalty doesn't mean you have to shit on peasant. They have
Yeah.
skills like everyone else.
Okay, yes, okay. Someone whose average skill set as like a Dungeons and Dragons or Witcher peasants, although Witcher peasants are actually pretty fucking badass.
Yeah, you should know.
So
Yeah.
it's my favorite class. But yeah, even someone with shit human perception would be able to tell that she's lying, or average human perception, because she's real bad. She's really bad. She doesn't even try. It's not worth it. Not worth the effort. Oh gosh. So yeah, that was super duper fun. I loved Ianto trying to just keep his cover so hard with so few people who care.
It honestly, out of game, slipped
Mhm.
my mind earlier.
And I loved his conversation with Eleanor, with them just being like, "Yes, we're both crafting, cutting." And I was like, "Oh, so good. This would be one of those really exciting, intriguing scenes in like a TV series."
Except he's like, I can't intrigue her because she's friends with my sister, so she's kind of off limits.
Yeah, it was great, and that's part of what made it so good. It was like I can't, but I want to, but I'm not going to. But yeah, just the should I, shouldn't I, will they, won't they? Yes, Cadeyrn and Ardzo's conversation was also really, really great. I thoroughly enjoyed
So
that.
good. So good.
And just Cadeyrn being just, I don't know if he's trying to annoy Brenna or pick fun at her, but like, was your ladyship, and like going on like, she's like, I appreciate you coming with me to investigate. What? And I loved it. I loved it a lot. It was super great. She's going to find it endearing eventually, maybe. Kind of like with Ianto. He reminds her of Ianto a little bit. And she's like, is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? I don't know. And yeah, just loved it. Cannot wait to see what happens next week. I gotta know what happens in the teleporting room of confessions. That's gonna be great. And I'm just gonna take a nap. So I'm good. I get to do this at the beginning of next session. So,
I'm concerned that that's not how that's going to work.
My husband might freak out a little, but I'll, it should be all right.
Also, I just feel like if somebody made you go unconscious, I bet there's somebody there to collect you.
Possibly. Or it could just be a safeguard against reading mail that's not yours. Although we have dealt with some sleeping curse stuff that seems very similar to this. So she's hoping that leaving her glove there, her really identifiable Witcher glove, and then passing out in the hallway, news will circulate before, and Javik will approach it carefully. But we'll see. Who knows?
Wait, was the letter for Javik?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
You opened Javik's letter?
I didn't open it.
Oh, wow.
I used the letter opener. It was sitting face up on the table, and I did this to look at the seal on the back, and then I had to make saves against magic. So Witcher training rolls and saves against magic. So, it's fine. I'm sure that wasn't meant to trap him at all. And maybe this will be a heads up. I don't know. Anyways, you can find me online at Laugh Level Indie, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and GM a lot of tabletop RPGs. You can find me on Mondays and usually Tuesdays when people aren't, getting migraines and sickness. Playing Ravenloft on Tuesdays. Aslan's Castle, fun stuff. Spooky Ravenloft, fun D&D shenanigans, and we will have aliens within the next month. I think it's going to be August 14th, but we're waiting on some things to finalize, so fingers crossed. And of course here on Blue Rose on Sunday night, because it's awesome.
Pew, pew, pew.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And then, can't wait for Blue Rose. I know some. Can't wait. Can't wait.
Got my wyvern buddy. It's gonna be great.
Yes, Carnage has come visit. Carnage is good as boy. And then
For Whisper. For Asen. They're
Well,
apparently
Whisper
chopped
is
liver.
goodest girl, so
Yeah, that's fair.
that is
Jason?
true. I mean, hashtag best girl. Hey Simon, how you doing? How's Cadeyrn?
Maybe rethinking the last 5 minutes of his life. Look,
it was the alcohol, wasn't it? She's not sorry.
it's not just that. I'm all for playing in Javik's little scheme to like poke fun at Ianto and all of that during the wedding. But like it's been going on for a week. And
2
despite
weeks.
2 weeks actually. I'm sorry.
Actually, what,
That's
2.5?
true.
Because we got there a little bit earlier.
We got there early, yeah.
Yep.
So despite, Cadeyrn's exterior image that he projects of being an ass, like he's still kind of caring, and he saw what it was doing to Ianto, and he wants it over. Like that I want out. Like it was just supposed to be fun,
Yep.
and that's it.
I think even Brenna's realized, like it's to make Ianto jealous, but
Like
yeah.
it's also hurting my prospects.
Right. It's true. You can't get your game on when people think that you're attached.
And also you're attached to the brother of the lady of the castle, so like no one's gonna want to touch me
It's true.
because they'll get beheaded or some shit.
Yeah.
I-
Ruins
I-
your game.
Completely fucking nobility.
I know, right? But I mean, you're a mage, so like you're fancy, whatever.
I'm like crashing on the couch of a bunch of 1%ers. Um
I'm pretending to be a 1%er, but
well, you're like
probably a 2%er. Really.
yeah, you're like percent adjacent.
Yeah, percentage. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not personally. I've just pretended.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm fairly certain that if you asked your sister, you could get access to the treasury.
No, I don't do things like that.
Oh, you just don't ask and you go in.
But I wouldn't steal from her because first off, the security is really, really good. I've already checked it out, and just in case I needed to,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, what was I? Oh yes, Simon is having a lot of fun. I enjoyed every interaction tonight. I'm so sorry, Trooper, that I'm causing you grief in every game we're together.
So good. I am not sorry.
No. It's sorry, not sorry. But it's different grief.
It's true.
I don't know which one of the two hurts the most, though. I mean, even I went like oof when I said brother fucker.
Yeah. Well,
I was like, that might have been.
Here's the thing. Ianto doesn't care about that. Ianto is not
technically
easily
there's no
scandalized.
blood relation. It's
No.
just me.
But
No,
also, Ianto's it's very hard to scandalize Ianto. He's had a very long life and many naked spaces, and he just doesn't care about a lot of those things. It's just that you insulted Javik. That's not okay.
By saying what? That he slept with you?
No, that he would do something
Incest?
mean, like try to make me jealous. He's not that kind of guy.
It was the scheme. Javik scheming.
No, Javik would never do that.
Swear to fucking all the gods. You are the worst at pinpointing a lie, and yet you are like liar extraordinaire.
I cannot wait for next week because
And the thing is, he's even pretty good at detecting lies. He just refuses to acknowledge this one. It's part of his insecurity that I told you about. Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Cobbler something.
Hey, I had like a 27 and I did not detect your lies. So he was like, okay, I'm really good at detecting lies. You're not lying. Clearly, you're having sex with my boyfriend.
I'm trying to come clean. Also, you know what would be freaking hilarious? if the Brooksha was to come back while I'm at 18 stamina out
No.
of 50,
That wouldn't be hilarious. That'd be terrible. Also, yeah, no. See, the
But
thing
Java
is,
could be there.
yeah, you could say a lot of things, but saying that Javik would do something schemy, yeah, that's not gonna, because Javik would never do anything schemy. So, because he's like
He-
a pure good and like sweet man who would never do anything bad or dishonest.
he went to the Harry Potter frat house.
Yeah, but he wasn't popular, and they were mean to him because he's special and different.
I
Excuse
will not say anything more. I sent some private messages to Prax earlier tonight about stuff that happened at Banard, but I want it to be a complete surprise for everyone. I'm just saying you might eat those words.
Yeah, there are some things that Ianto does not know, like passive perception is it, passive telepathy is it, those are things he doesn't know about that.
But passive telepathy is kind of a skeezy move.
But he would never, first off, Ianto doesn't know it's a thing, but
Wow,
second,
I wonder
even
what
if
that says about Javik.
but even if it were a thing, Javik would never do that, because Javik is like a pure and good person who's like
He
the
just
best.
did it to Cadeyrn. That's my favorite thing about it.
I need to invent a spell that just like it's a speaker, like a loudspeaker, and it projects what the other person's doing telepathically.
Oh,
Here is your brother.
oh no, yeah. See, Javik is like perfect in all ways, and
I
it's just
can't
like a
wait
really
for
good
next
person.
week. I already know what Javik's going to do, and it will be
Uh-oh.
beautiful.
You're an elf. You're already more perfect than he is.
I read your mind. I know it's lies.
Oh yeah, so good.
So so where can we find you, Simon? What are
Yes.
you doing this week?
So tomorrow we are having the last issue of the introduction to Sentinels of the Multiverse. So basically the way it works is every 6 episodes, 6 sessions is a collected issue. And that's when characters level up and everything. So it's like a big conclusion. Stuff is going to happen. We're going to have our next run starting the week after. We're going to have special guests. We also have to record all of the private sessions that you unlocked through the trading card game that you've helped purchase to pay the cast. So thank you very much on behalf of myself and the entire cast. And then on Friday, there might be Cyberpunk. I realized last night that I have my second 5G shot on Friday. So we'll see how that goes. Otherwise, we'll do Cyberpunk. And then we're taking a 2-week break for Scion because of life, vacation, and everything. And then here next week on Wednesday, Sunday, Blue Rose.
Place your bets now, y'all. Can Vishard pass one of those rolls?
Nah, I need all of you to come back on Sunday, bless the party like crazy, just so I can burn through everything and laugh at the face of mathematics.
You
Yes.
cannot turn into a vampire because that would upset Russ. So don't.
And Ritka, but she knows
Yeah.
it's probably going to happen.
That's
so,
No, their job. We're done. He Trooper said it. It's yeah.
We're
Anyway,
going to upset Russ.
that was me. That was me. I'll be right back. But yeah, had a lot of fun. Be right back.
All right. And then last but never ever least, hi Trooper.
Hello. Hi. That was such a great session. I enjoyed it so much. I enjoyed Billy and Simon in that opening scene. I enjoyed very much Brenna and Cad being irritating in the bar. That was lovely all the time. Also, seriously though, MVP for Cad. He's not good at keeping people's covers. And when I said tell Javik, I didn't mean now. I meant after I left. You know, after I left.
And this is why
Afterwards.
specificity is important. I tell
I
my
mean, but-
husband this all the time. You should be
Yes.
more specific with what
Yeah,
you...
but he teleported away too quickly. Also, he sort of intimated that Javik was not on the up and up, and that's hey, Grumpy Godling, thank you very much. That's inappropriate. You just don't talk about Javik that way. Ianto doesn't like that. Don't talk smack about his ex. Because
Why? You don't care?
no, I don't care, but that's not the point.
That is that, but that is the point. If you
No,
don't care, you don't care.
No, look, I don't care. It's just that you just still don't like, you don't besmirch somebody so honorable and perfect as Javik.
But you don't care about it, so
No,
why
I
should
don't
you?
care
Yeah.
about it, but-
Then don't worry about it.
No, I'm not worried about it. It's just that
Don't let them
Still.
besmirch away.
no, none of that. No besmirching.
That sounds like you care then.
No. Just look, it's just a thing. I just don't like. It's the principle. It's the principle. Of the
Oh,
matter.
I cannot wait for next week.
Um,
Look, I'm going.
I
to
want
give
Javik
the
to just word
players-
vomit and not give Ianto
No,
a
no, no,
word.
no. It's
in
not gonna be
edgewords.
it's not going to be word vomit, y'all. When I say this, Lindy will understand. I've been watching a shit ton,
Yep.
a fuck ton
Yep.
of Chinese
Of
period
Chinese dramas. Yes, I'm roped into it.
As
They're great.
So
yeah.
Lindy, you know that scene in that one you were watching
Yes.
with Bestie and the fight,
Yes.
the fight between besties,
Oh, yeah.
and the
Like,
and the
stop fighting.
misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know the end of that scene
Uh-huh.
and the wall in the end of that scene.
Yeah.
Now picture Javik and Ianto.
Ooh.
I don't even know what that means.
Interesting.
Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna say as a player, I'm gonna just say this as a player. Ianto does not know this because Ianto doesn't know certain things.
Oh my.
Javik has been mind reading Ianto for years. I'm just gonna note that. And
Yeah. It's almost
yeah.
like he's does a skeevy smell all the time or something. Right?
I have some other questions about Javik as well. Because I was like, wait a minute. If I have some questions about Javik that also have to do with Cadeyrn actually. But like, does Javik like to slum? I have some questions. But Ianto does not have those questions because Ianto thinks that Javik is perfect. Like in every way. And I'm sure nothing bad will happen at all. Right? Yeah, no, but see, Caldrake, but Javik's not like other mages. He's special and he's different. Yeah.
Nobody's special, Ianto.
Javik is, and his sister is, and Ardzo is.
Maybe especially good at shady things and murder.
Yeah, anyway, so I just am concerned that Ianto's yeah. Good for him. Ianto's gonna have some it's not gonna go well for him, I don't think, but I'm gonna find it amusing. And I want to also thank give props to our GM for OGM. My goodness. Oh, what did you do? What didn't you do? Oh my gosh, you gave us so much today, and it was very exciting. And yeah, I'm very excited for next week. You can find me tomorrow at 6 p.m. on my channel, Trooper SJP, where I will be playing The Longest Dark, or like I call it, Hypothermia Simulator. And Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, in my Discord, I'll be doing a screening of a documentary that I was a talking head on, which had its premiere on Friday. So if you want to see it, then you can watch it over my channel. And then Saturday will be like noon. I'll be playing some Outer Worlds. First time I should set up my PS4. And then Sunday, there's going to be Blue Rose. and that's all true. That's what I gotta say. That's what I gotta say. Also, feel sniper.
I mean, yeah, I have that emote for a reason.
What's the reason? Or are we gonna find out next week?
Oh, you're gonna find out next week. Lindy
my
might have an
goodness.
idea by now, but maybe.
Oh yeah. No, I remember that scene vividly. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, that moment.
I have not seen the scene. I don't know what's gonna happen. Ah!
It's okay. It's okay. And then as for me, all, hey, you know me. I'm at Deirdre Donlin on Twitter. I'm Praxidor Thesmia4. You see me around here on Twitch. Thank you all again for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate each and every one of you over on YouTube. I see you over there. I see you staying and sending comments and love and all of these good things. We will be back Sunday here for Romance of the Blue Rose. Place your bets, all. Ken Vachard. See? Sticky note. Ken Vachard, you know, overcome his fang sickness.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Trooper said it. If Bird Dad says so, I mean, who are we to say anything otherwise? Do you really want Bird Dad to look at you disappointingly?
Oh, darling, I really don't care what a little Raiden thinks. They're such a good little teeth cleaners.
You know, she's not very nice. Javik is perfect, but she's not nice. I don't like her. I feel like she lies. I feel like she's a liar and not very nice. Javik is perfect though, so that's a whole separate.
Interesting. So we'll be back with Romance of the Blue Rose at 8 o'clock on Sunday night, and then if we have Cyberpunk, I'll be over with Simon on Wandering DM at 8:30 p.m. on Friday. And then on Wednesday, we'll be back here, and we're going to pick up with the drama of dramas.
By the way, it was perfect that my internet went out right at that moment. I was like, no! And I was freaking out because I was like, no! Like that. It was great.
We will see you all next time, y'all. Until then, bye-bye.